Euh... Bonjour! Uh... Sorry, my avatar made the shooked face. That was funny, okay? um... Alright. Going to... Yeah, okay. Ah... 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 Sorry. Okay. So... Here we are. Okay. Yes. I'm going to test if we can hear well with, like, the music like that. Because I'm never sure about the bored teenage boy voice. I never know if it's loud enough. It doesn't even sound like a boy. We slip into Mr. Ryota's office without any hesitation. This should be good. Mr. Ryota settles behind his desk. He's still eyeing me closely. Maybe he trusts me about as much as I trust him. Oh no, so not at all. Well, I don't trust him at all, at least. You're really different today, Yama. What's bothering you? Do I really look that haggard? What is this word? I mean, I know what it means, but I don't know how to say it. I thought I put up a passable front. That obvious? Once upon a time, kid, I was also a student. I pulled all-nighters for exams, just like you. What do you mean? Are there really people doing that? Is this just like a thing people do in fiction? Except that this doesn't seem like it's related to an exam. Exams are the furthest things from my mind at the moment, that's for sure. Mr. Ryota, about the people going oof. Sorry, that's so dumb. He frowns at my question. You're still interested in that? It's difficult to keep my composure up, but I managed to look him straight in the eye. Only the left eye. Sorry. Please, just... if you could, just answer one question of mine about it. I can see the reluctance in his gaze, but after a long moment he finally relents with a silent nod. You said that the victims all had some kind of psychological problem. Could you look up their connections with... It's just a shot in the dark. I don't even know if the oofer is someone who I've met in person. But I've got to see if they have any relationship with... Well, that's it's hard to tell. Let's see. Eh, Yahiko? Maybe? Ah! Hello, Italian! Oops. Why does the emoji look so squished? Someone started a club for depressed and troubled students. It was called the Happy Club, and I thought that it had the stupidest name in existence. But that club was for depressed and troubled students. Why are you suspecting your friend? Well, you could suspect this guy, who is the most suspicious of all. I know you saw your friend like do something weird, but clearly something weird was happening. I'm doing good, I think. I think that's such a good answer. How are you doing? Students with psychological problems. Is it really just a coincidence? Is there anything between the victims and Yahiko Ikari? Yahiko? Like dumb blonde friend Yahiko? Yeah, that one. Have you gone crazy, kid? What the heck would that dits have to do with these crimes? Just, can you look it up, please? I hate this doubt. Everyone in my sights is being painted as a potential target. Airi, Mr. Ryota, Yahiko, even myself. I just need to find proof that I'm wrong. Right, well, you're a weird one, kid. I clicked next to the window. His fingers fly over the tablet. I see its surface flashing in a myriad of colors like strobe lights at a concert. Then he freezes and drops the tablet. It hits the floor with a shrill clatter. I instinctively wince, almost expecting it to shatter into pieces. What? What the? Gingerly, I stoop forward to pick it up. The screen is a mash of information tidbits from the school records, patter feeds, and photos from Instacam. A group picture of a bunch of teens hanging out at a park. Faces tagged as Yahiko Ikari, Akane Tsukino, Shoji Hasegawa, and Haru Bunya. Uh-oh. A matching pat from Yahiko announcing the very first meeting of the Happy Club. Uh-oh. You think that something happened? Well, my boyfriend's unwell, so I'm worried, and I want to help, but I can't help. And that's all about it. So, yeah. An update from the roommate of Midori Maeno claiming that Yahiko was harassing Midori with the most horrible pickup lines, and she doesn't even like chocolate. A picture of the orientation groups before school started, including Toma Hayashi as a part of Yahiko's orientation group. You away from home? He'd led orientation? Thank you. No, never mind that. What is this? Some crispy, juicy gossips? This word YouTube doesn't like also. I have the worst ever dumbest sort of ways to censor things. It's like the universe was just waiting for me to dig into Yahiko Ikari so that it could flood me with information that couldn't possibly be coincidental. The common thread is Yahiko? No, this is ridiculous. I reject this reality and substitute my own. Substitute my own. Well, I mean, maybe there's someone else in common. But there's a trend that I can't ignore. And even worse, each victim is getting progressively closer to Yahiko. Mr. Ryota, if this is true. I look to Mr. Ryota, but he's only staring at the floor, uncharacteristic shock etched all over his face. You do the best censoring. Thank you. It's so ridiculous, though. I'm sure some people would find these videos and cringe at the censoring. Mr. Ryota? Huh? Oh, sorry. You know how sometimes you get you get so focused on something that, well, you kind of forget everything else? Does that happen to you? Often, not you. You seem pretty fixated on the idea that Yahiko Ikari is related to these incidents. You're not serious, right? I don't know. Everything seems like a possibility. Even the fact that my mom might be cooking in the next room and making noises. With pots and pans. We love the sound effects. It's as if I was stuck in a dark room with only vague shapes and sounds, feeling my way around, and then someone turned on the floodlights, leaving weird spots in my vision that have to be hallucinations, but somehow aren't. What? Just a bell, kid. You smarting now? Guess you'd better get to class. Class? We're on the verge of discovering something vital about the serial eater, and I have to go to class? Yes, you're students. And some others would be offended if you don't censor. Yeah, but some people think it's more offensive to censor everything like that. No, I should go. More than anything, I need to cool down. Give my mind time to process the shock. Bye, Mr. Ryota. Take care, kid. I sidle out of the office and race down the hall, my mind still hazy with thoughts. There has to be another explanation. I must have missed something. Maybe I just shouldn't think about this until later. When I arrive, I notice that Yahiko's already in his chair. I instinctively freeze when I see him, worry still fresh in my mind. But wait. Didn't Rui said that Yahiko had been arrested? After the subway accident. Hadn't he been taken under suspicion of Shoji's passing? And yet, I saw him in District 6 last night. I definitely ran into Yahiko Ikari, and we definitely had some kind of conversation. True, a lot of time passed because of my lapse. There were a good number of hours between the subway accident and the alley accident. But still, is it possible for someone to be released that quickly? Did he use his personal connections? Did he call on his parents to bail him out? No. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. He must have been released because they found out that he was innocent. Maybe bureaucracy isn't as inefficient as I thought. Maybe the case was finished because it was urgent. Yeah, if it's that. As if that's likely. No, stop thinking about this. This is crazy. I temporarily shut my thoughts out and slip into my chair. Yahiko seems to be browsing through a patter feed. Ah, wait. We talked yesterday, back in District 6. It doesn't seem like any ordinary conversation either. Are we on good terms? Neutral terms? Bad terms? From my memories, I'd guess that the encounter was negative. If I act strangely, he'll find out about my lapses. What do I do? Then again, he's got someone's death waiting on his mind. Someone who he knows. If he was an innocent witness, he'd be traumatized. He'd be different. How exactly do I act with someone who... Why, hello, my good minion! Yeah! I jerk backward, but he only grins brightly, waving his hand in front of my face. What? Feeling a bit under the weather? No worries! Have some coffee, straight from Buckstar Coffee House! He thrusts an insulated cup at me. I peer through the lip. Sure enough, I see thick caramel liquid that froths in the warm whirlpool. Hesitantly, I take the cup. The heat caresses my cold hands. Is it poisoned? My mind supplies. I shut it down. Oh, no need to thank me. I'm naturally this generous. A sharp chill runs down my spine. Is it possible to act so natural after seeing someone die? After seeing the Kool-Aid, tasting it, hearing it? Why is he grinning? Why is he acting like nothing happened? I didn't know Shoji that well. And even now, Yahiko. Hey, sounds like that's the warning bell. I'm gonna chat a little with Misaki. He bounces away with a spring in his step. What? Uh, Maybe this has something to do with our exchange yesterday. There's no other reason why you'd be able to completely ignore death, much less the one of someone you knew, unless... Students, seats, please! The rest of the class rushes to their chairs. The commotion drowns out my thoughts. I force myself to pay attention through class. It's preferable to getting visions of Kool-Aid soaked beaten bodies. I answer the teacher's questions at every chance I get and actually listen to lecture. Apparently, it's such a rare occurrence that the entire classroom is staring at me by lunch. Blah, 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 blah. Still, break is break. Any moment, any momentary curiosity immediately halts at the first chime of the bell. Yahiko tugs at my shoulder, his face still alight with a cheery grin. Lunch? Caf? The old gang? I steel myself and look straight into his eyes. I saw you at the train station where Shoji died. Yahiko freezes, his expression flickers for a single moment, almost too quick to catch. I did see it. What happened? Why were you there? His face flattens. A punch of guilt wrenches through my stomach, but I try to squash it. I need to know who I'm talking with, and who's talking. Come on, minion! If we wait too long, the lunch line will take forever. A hungry overlord is not a happy overlord! Yahiko. Well, guess there's no forcing you if you don't want to come, even if you're a minion. Ta-da for now! He quickly prances out of the room before I can slip another word in. I can suppress a shudder of revulsion. The fact that Yahiko's acting the same as he always does, it's terrifying. Moreover, I've done nothing to ease my fears about my lapse. I still have no clue what happened yesterday. Why I saw a stained body. Why I ran into Yahiko. You're disturbed. What happened? Who is talking? Oh, it's you. I almost jump at the sudden voice from behind. Heidi is seated on the edge of the table, munching quietly on a peach. What? Where did you come from? Classroom 2D. Well, I know that. She only tilts her head at me. Like a perfectly calibrated machine waiting for a simple command. Like a soulless doll ready to jump at you or something. No, I need to stop this. These are people I'm talking to, not machines. And they're not serial eaters. And I'm not a serial eater. And we're just ordinary students at an ordinary school. Something is bothering you. I falter, my words cold in my mouth. My thoughts are building up in my head, pounding incessantly, begging for exit. Should I talk with her? Why not? Yeah, I had an interesting day. What happened? Well, I saw someone die, maybe moved by my close friend. Then I was a jerk to the only person who stuck by me. Then I went to the sketchy part of town where I saw a messed up body, except I can't remember how because my brain is only half functional. Not much. That's amazing. She evaluates me for a moment from behind her peach. Let's go to the rooftop. What? She only gestures for me to follow her as she pops out of the classroom. Well, at the very least, I guess it's a better place to talk. Like most days, the rooftop is practically empty. Ari plops down in an obscure corner, nibbling at her peach.
Sit.
I obligingly settle next to her. She pushes a peach into my hand. Oh no! Peaches!
You're quiet.
She states this placidly, the irrefutable fact of a textbook. I only stare at the peach. Is this for me?
Yes.
I can eat it? What do you expect? She gives you a peach! You think like you just need to look at it? Pet it?
Yes.
Hesitantly, I bite into the fruit. It's succulent and soft. I don't realize how hungry I am until that moment. I've had plenty of chances to eat, but little appetite. The sobering thought brings me back to the moment. I look into the sky, idly blurting whatever comes to mind. Feels like life has been the same for years, and now everything's changing. I don't even know why. A wry smirk pulls at my lips. I close my eyes and lean my head against the bench. Why are you saying that? She's going to take it literally. Get me some alcohol. Let's drink our sorrows away. I remain still, waiting for me to elaborate. Elaborate. Blah, blah. You know, when people are upset, they drink themselves to oblivion. That kind of thing. Great idea, right? Now that's a contribution to society. Still silence. Disconcerted, I open my eyes. Irene is nowhere to be found. She went to get alcohol. You asked her for alcohol. She wouldn't have taken me seriously, would she? Wasn't it obvious that I was joking? Not for her! Didn't you notice by now? Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's drink our sorrows away. Let's not! ID? Nothing. I quickly check my phone. No message. Maybe she decided not to talk to me?
Yama.
Yeah! I whip around. Airi is standing behind me, hugging a bottle of sake in one arm and a bottle of vodka in the other. Oh crap, she actually took me seriously. Of course she did! Where did you get that from? No, never mind. How did you get that in the school? Alcohol is strictly forbidden, and yet in the space of maybe a minute, she's managed to acquire some and smuggle it in. Oh my gosh. But Airi only smiles lightly, holding both bottles in my direction.
Drink.
What? No! She looks so proud of herself. I can't find it in me to refuse. Oh my goodness! What? You're a teenager! Don't! You're at school in the middle of the day! What are you doing? But... alcohol? What am I supposed to do with this? Can you, return it?
You wanted to drink your sorrows away.
Well, no, I wanted to get drunk.
Ah.
What you say makes no sense, bro. She suddenly sprints away towards the edge of the roof. Alarmed, I follow her. I follow after her and watch in shock as she manages to nimbly jump off the branches to the tallest tree. I can only assume she manages to shimmy down the tree onto the ground because her small frame is immediately lost in the foliage. Too alarmed to speak, I mindlessly walk back to where I sat before. I stare at the alcohol that's now in my possession. What? Wait, wait, I have this? I could get expelled. I could go to prison. I could.
Here.
Yeah! Where did she even come from? Didn't I just see her in the tree?
Take this.
She pushes a can of Starmon energy drink into my already full arms. What?
If you mix this with the alcohol, you will become intoxicated much quicker.
What?
But you will feel alert, so you will want to drink more. Do not.
I should have guessed that Heidi would take my words at face value. But how does she even know all of this?
Because she's smart, I guess.
Wait. I don't actually want to get drunk. It was a joke.
Joke.
First of all, I'm not not stupid enough to get drunk, especially given that my brain is only half functional as is. Besides, it's illegal at my age. Not that Heidi seems to care. Oh my goodness. Okay, first things first. How do I get this out of school without anyone noticing? I guess I could just ask Heidi, but that doesn't seem very fair to her, since I was the one who made her get it in the first place. Unintentionally, of course. How did she get it here? I know she can climb trees with ease. Maybe she also went through the ventilation or sewer systems? But that's ridiculous, isn't it? Either way, the key lies in her hands. Heidi, how did... Bang! That's not a very good sound effect. I need to try again. Maybe with this. That's the sort of bang. I watch in horror as the cork shoots out of the vodka bottle, sails over the railing, and plummets to the ground below. Whoops. Oh, what the heck?
Oh.
Well, crap. Is this a cork? I usually peer over the railing. A student is clutching the cork, squinting upwards. I really lean back before he can see me. Fantastic. And I thought this day couldn't get any better. Hey, Teach, this cork just came from the rooftop. Oh, this is... this smells. Is there a party on the rooftop? Not an official one. And wince as the teacher storms into the classroom building. She'll be here any moment. No! No one will notice if it's inside your stomach. Everyone would notice when you're suddenly super not able to function anymore. Frankly, I turn to Heidi, who is experimentally tasting it. Heidi, we need to get rid of this, now! Heidi clearly registers the urgency in my voice. She promptly sets the bottle down and stares right at me.
Throw it away?
What? No, just put it back wherever you got it from.
Oh.
She quickly hands it to me.
I wasn't trying to steal it from you.
What? Why are you? No, put it back where... Uh-oh! Slam! If it's bubble though, she'll get just one sip. Probably. teenagers who have never drank before, so obviously that would work fast, right? The teacher stomps to the rooftop as if she's searching for someone to oof. Jolted with panic, I make a vague shooing motion in 90's direction before I leap out of my cover into plain sight. Professor? Crap, my voice cracked. Come on, where are those make-believe skills? You! The teacher barrels in my direction, her eyes flaring. Did you see any other students on the roof? No. So you admit that this cork came from you? She raises the cork with shaking hands. Dang it, I should have made something up. Should have said that there were students. But they ran away. Huh? What's that? It's the only half-intelligent thing that comes out of my mouth. Don't play dumb with me, young man. Where are you hiding it? What? Come to think of it, why are you standing in front of this bush? Bush? What bush? She steps to her right. I follow to block her view. She waves to the left. I mimic it. Okay, that was definitely suspicious. You idiot! So, it's behind you, is it? What's behind me? You're digging your own grave, young man. Move aside. This is it. This is what all my years of suffering through school have turned into. This is the culmination of my sucky week. It should be stupid. It should be trivial. Getting expelled from school? What does that matter in the face of 5 deaths? Or losing my friends? But what if I turn homeless? What if I enter the spiraling abyss of debt? And I have to join the Yakuza? And I contract tetanus during a job gone wrong? You know, you can protect yourself from tetanus with vaccination. It's okay. I suppose you're clear. She steps back from the bush. Surprisingly, it's empty. There's no sign of Heidi, nor of the drinks. Did she finally understand what I meant, or she was just taking it to a more terrifying purpose? The teacher suddenly whips to me, her eyes narrowed. Well, I apologize for suspecting you without any basis. She sounds about as apologetic as a toddler in a tantrum. If you happen to find those irresponsible students who are in possession of alcohol, give them a little message for me. They can run, but they can't hide. Then, just as abruptly as she entered, the teacher races from the rooftop, slamming the door behind her. I only sink to the ground, relishing the relief that washes through my veins. I live another day. What a ridiculous encounter.
Yama.
Yeah! Heidi appears again as if from nowhere. This time, the drinks are nowhere to be seen.
I understood. I put them back.
She's practically bursting with pride. Well, for Heidi, hesitantly I pat her on the head. Thanks. She only nods placidly and continues to munch on her peach. Just curious, but where did you get that stuff anyway?
Huh?
The vodka and sake.
Cafeteria kitchens.
Oh, I see. Wait a minute. What? You stole it from the cafeteria?
They weren't using it.
Well, it's still... It's still the schools. It's legal for minors to drink, and it's illegal to steal, so it must be doubly illegal for minors to drink alcohol that's been stolen. Who would ever think of taking the kitchen stock? The idea is either genius, insane, or both. Come to think of it, how does Heidi get her peaches? I swear that her stash is inextinguishable. Every time I see her, she has a new peach. It couldn't be Heidi by any chance. No way, this is ridiculous. All of this is ridiculous. Joking about alcohol and almost getting expelled for it, peaches, endless peaches coming from nowhere. Mirth bubbles out of me and in wry laughter. Ridiculous. Brain damage, memory lapses, bus accident. Ouchy bodies, double-faced informants. Hurting Rui, hurting Masato, Mr. Ryota and Yahiko and Nairi as serial eaters. My chuckles transform into an all-out hysterical fit. I struggle to keep breathing as my ribs ache beneath the instinctual heave of my lungs. It's crazy, all of it.
What is funny?
My my throat aches as I struggle to master myself. Life, life is hilarious. Heidi inclines her head, quietly waiting. It's invitation. It's invitation enough. Ever had that feeling where you feel like you know everything, but it just takes one moment and your whole world crumbles to pieces?
Like Le Rouge Lamparade?
Rouge Lamparade. Always a Rouge Lamparade. I'm being likened to a fictional character from a show. Sure, Le Rouge Lamparade. He's a pretty cool guy, right?
He hurts people.
Oh, that's a bit of a damper. I place my fingers behind my head, staring into a nearby flower until my eyes begin to burn. I'm probably not any better. Rui and I got in an argument yesterday, and I was an idiot. I don't know what came over me. The kind of things I was saying, I never thought them, not genuinely. We haven't fought like that, well, ever. Is that what death does? Make you become a completely different person? She seemed fine, normal. I thought she'd be okay, since she didn't see it. Irie considers this for a moment before she speaks. Every word is enunciated deliberately.
Perhaps he had problems. Problems he did not want to worry you with. My parents were the same.
Your parents?
They died.
Oh. I feel the urge to say that I'm sorry, but it sounds shallow in the gravity of the moment. I see. Heidi only nibbles at her peach. How? I don't realize how insensitive that question is until it's already out of my mouth. Thankfully, before Heidi can respond, the warning bell pings. I hurriedly get to my feet. Oh, guess we have to head back to class. Heidi suddenly stands next to me.
They fought.
Every word seems labored, like it's painful to utter them. They fought. How does that explain how they passed away? There is a strong part of me that wants her to continue. Part of me that's curious about this enigma known as Airi Hiraga. But I can't bring myself to do it. There's enough craziness going on. Finding out about Airi's past might just make things worse. Hey, you don't have to tell me. It's fine. I move to the rooftop door, keen on exiting before I cause any more trouble. It's better this way. My curiosity just leads to hurting people anyway. Iris silently follows me, staring at the peach cupped in her hands. We part at the stairway. I'm not sure what to say, but at the very least, she doesn't seem angry at me, just thoughtful. Hmm. I expected to spend the remainder of my time by myself, but instead I find Misaki waiting by my chair.
Oh my goodness, it's Misaki! Ah, Yama,
Hi?
do you want to go somewhere with me?
What? Now?
No, tomorrow. Of course, right now.
Class is about to start.
Are you seriously coming up with an excuse to stay in school?
She's right. Normally, I wouldn't mind. So you're saying we should ditch?
I prefer the phrase investing our time in other endeavors.
So ditching.
You make it sound so ugly.
As sudden as this may be, it might actually end up being kind of fun.
I guess I will ditch with Misaki. I've never really done that when I was in school.
Why not? It's not like I'd be doing anything productive in school. Where are you thinking? She smiles brightly, gesturing to the door with both hands.
You'll see.
I obligingly exit the classroom right as the bell sounds. As we make our way down the street, newfound excitement takes the place of anxiety. It's definitely a welcome change.
Oh my goodness! It's the chicken place! Sorry, I'm reading the Japanese. Sorry.
Surprisingly, she leads me to JFC. GFC? Gvk.
I'm not good with J's and G's. I never remember which is which because they're switched in French and English, the names of the letters, so it's confusing. Is that KFP? Let's call it KFP. It's much easier for me. Choose me to KFP.
After we order and pick up our chicken, we slip into the nearest booth.
I found this place the other day. Their wings are pretty good.
I know. I come here a lot actually.
Really?
Well, not recently because of the investigation, the lapses, the serial eatings, Rui Masato Yahiko. Now that I think about it, when was the last time we all ate here together? Has it really been that long? Or is my memory just that unreliable? Somehow, Misaki manages to catch the change in my face. She quickly leans forward, her attention fixed on me.
Something's bothering you. I'm assuming it has to do with your fight with Rui.
Wait, how do you know about that?
Because she told me, duh. Well, more like I forced it out of her.
Her exasperation is quickly replaced with concern.
So you're still having lapses.
She told you about that, huh?
And about Mizu. And that you almost drowned.
So what, are you going to lecture me about that too? My response comes out harsher than I intend. Instead of getting angry, Misaki only raises an eyebrow in bewilderment.
You jumped into the river to save someone. Why would I lecture you?
Because I didn't save him, Miki. Because I couldn't even save myself. It just ended up being useless again.
What's said here? You're such a dang dumber!
She suddenly shouts something incomprehensible, slamming her fist on the countertop. Everyone in the restaurant immediately stops to look at us.
Do you know what I hate most about you, Yama? The fact that you always bring yourself down. Yes, you could have died, but you tried anyway, right? You could have ignored him. You could have let that boy drown and no one would have thought less of you because of your condition. It's not always about succeeding. It's about having faith in yourself.
Her fingers curl on the edge of the table, an odd heaviness to her tone.
Even with your condition, you're not more capable than you think, Yama. So, please, don't ever say that you're useless again.
In response to her words, I can only remain in stunned silence. Is she actually commending me, even though I had almost died? Even though I hadn't accomplished anything? But to be completely honest, I almost feel a little touched. Finally realizing that her outburst had attracted the attention of nearby customers, Misaki's face blushes a bright red and she sinks back into her seat.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you like that.
The pain in her voice is almost palpable, as if she had just slapped me across the face. Oh, it's fine.
We should probably finish eating.
Yeah. We redirect our attention back to our food. For the next few minutes, we eat in awkward silence. I'm about to say something to break the tension until I notice Misaki's reaching for KFC's signature hot sauce. Miki? Before I can warn her, she's already drowning her wings like there's no tomorrow. Isn't that spicy?
Oh, hello, hello! Skybread? I assume it's the usual emoji. Yes! Hello, Skybread! I'm going to drink some water. Because my voice is tired. And I have water. Sorry. I looked so weird. Okay. I'm doing okay. How are you? Ah. The ketchup?
That isn't ketchup, it's hot sauce.
Oh, so it is.
She merely shrugs her shoulders and continues eating, seemingly unaffected. You know, not even Masato could handle that.
Masato must be a wimp then.
She says this teasingly, eliciting a chuckle from me. I'm pretty sure she's probably the only person who can beat Masato in an eating contest. I kind of want to see that, actually.
By the way, have you seen the pet that I sent you?
You sent me a pet?
Have you even been using Patter recently?
To be honest, no. She sighs, motioning me to hand over my phone. I obligingly do so.
Doing good. Very hot day, but I'm surviving. Do more than survive. We want you alive. Very alive. After drinking drinks, you have to drink lots of water. Yeah. But I only drank the water. You know, I was not one of the people who drank things that were not to drink. Apparently, our kimono commercial has generated a lot of buzz. Whoops. I was reading some of the comments, and you seem to have quite a few fangirls.
I would?
Fangirls, female fans, admirers.
Why would I have admirers?
Don't be so modest, Yama. I mean, you are attractive.
I remember you saying something similar to Yahiko the other day.
Oh, don't worry. I think you're much cuter than he is.
Why would you think I was worried? How can she say that so blatantly? How did we even get on this topic anyway?
Here, I'll read some of these comments for you.
I'd rather not.
He's so cute. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I've never seen this actor before, but I like a lot. The acting was so good. Are they really a couple? This guy makes me question my sexual preference. I'm a dude, by the way. Have you ever...
I think that should be enough.
Feeling my face flush, I quickly lean over the table and snatch my phone out of her hands. She only grins at me in amusement. That was awkward. Imagine! Oh gosh, I would hate this. Too weird. Don't tell me you're embarrassed.
Of course not.
Then why is your face red?
I just don't have your tolerance for spicy food. She giggles at this, absorbing herself in her own phone.
You should seriously consider becoming an actor, Yama.
It's not like I did that well.
You did well enough considering the circumstances.
I can't help but feel a tinge of pleasure at her praise.
If not an actor, then what?
I probably just manage my parents' restaurant.
Huh?
She pauses, raising a questioning eyebrow at me. Here it comes, the managing your parents' restaurant isn't a real job remark.
I didn't know you could cook.
That's what she was surprised about? I'm decent, I guess.
Can I be your first customer?
Sure.
You let me eat for free too, right? Wink wink.
What? No way.
Why not?
Because you'd put me out of business.
Put you out of business?
I point to her empty plate. She seems to make the connection.
Are you implying that I eat too much?
I'm just saying you'd have to pay the full price, otherwise I wouldn't profit.
You definitely wouldn't be able to profit if your arms were broken.
Well, that escalated quickly. I'd like to have all my bones intact, thank you.
Well, you shouldn't call a girl.
A sudden shrill emanates from her cell phone, cutting off her mid sentence.
Hello? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry, sir. I'll be here right away.
She quickly cuts the call, clearing her food from the counter. What's the rush?
I'm late for my meeting. Do you have an idol meeting? Hope not, it would be weird.
You have a meeting?
Yes, with my manager after school.
Uh,
Quick, finish your food so I can leave.
she suddenly grabs a wing and tries to shove it in my mouth. What are you doing? Why don't you just go?
I hear it's bad luck to leave a restaurant by yourself if you're with someone.
Where did you hear that from?
The internet, of course, duh.
I shouldn't be surprised at this point.
Come on!
I'll just bring my food with me. After fetching a food container for my wings, Misaki drags me out of KFC. KFP.
I'm sorry. Oh boy. You know what that means? Of course you know. We all know, except those who don't. That sounds so weird when we say it like that.
We stride into the warm, spring-tinted air. Misaki turns to me, pasting on a smile.
Thanks for teaching school with me, Yama.
No problem.
Maybe we can do this again sometime.
You're planning on becoming a delinquent now?
I mean, eating at KFP. I miss enough class as it is.
In that case, sure, I'd like that.
Until then, later.
With that, Misaki waves animatedly, hurrying off to work. It was nice, honestly. Spending time with her made me actually relax.
Cat face.
I'm ready to head back to my apartment, but a sudden ping brings my attention to my phone.
Who is it? Boing.
Akira.
Sup, General. Heard from Little Bird in the third that you were feeling a bit under weather. Wanna swing by Drama Club? It's a party! Figuratively speaking, of course.
Drama club? Now? Well, I guess technically I have nothing better to do.
Yeah, I could go to the drama club. Let me check. Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Some make believe might be just what I need, especially with Akira, if that display on the rooftop is anything to go by. What classroom?
To see, be there or be a cupcake. Because you know, a square just sold yesterday. And cupcakes are delicious.
I roll my eyes, but I'm smirking as I enter the classroom.
Cupcakes are delicious.
Mmm.
Now I want to eat. What did you do, Akira?
Yeah, this should make my day considerably less crappy.
Considerably.
2C is just as generic as 3B. In fact, the only difference with my classroom is that it's currently filled with a scattered group of students. The number seems to be fewer than when I was last here.
Good day, General!
Akira pops from beneath the desk, face shining in a cheery grin. I can't speak anymore.
Glad you decided to join us!
I end up smiling back. So, what's going on today?
Oh, just improv exercises, having some fun and all that jazz. Our impromptu performance the other day was about as successful as a Puritan party. So we're taking today to relax and gather our morale.
So it didn't go well?
I can say with 100% confidence that it was absolutely terrible.
And that's why the room is so empty?
I see that nothing escapes your eyes, Mr. Holmes. Yes, many of our own number have deserted us. You're left stranded in the desert, wretched, alone. Oh, wow!
Despite the dramaticism of her tone, I noticed that she seems to be happier. You like that there's less people, don't you?
Well, that sounds so unpleasant. Rather, a smaller and more intimate group provides for better screen time coverage in the case that our lives are made into a show.
A show? What?
Think about it. Stories with largest ensemble casts often purely focus on external conflict, while smaller casts allow room for individual character development and realization. That's how a lot of TV shows work, you know. And that's why smaller casts are worst for you if you break a bone.
What? Just when I thought I was beginning to understand her, something like this happens. I see.
Of course you do. You have two functioning eyes.
Yes. Before I can respond to this absurdly literal statement, the club president claps her hands, gathering the attention in the room. Okay, guys, I don't think anyone else is coming. Let's get started. The group shuffles into a circle. The president's eyes land on me, her eyes widen noticeably. Oh, Yama Ishimoto, great to have you here. You remember me? Why, of course, Akira. Akira frankly makes some kind of vague gesture with her hands. The president coughs. Akira brought you here. For Inspire, right? It wasn't that long ago. I noticed their unusual actions, but decide to ignore it. Right. Well, you're in luck. Today I've got some great exercises planned. Are you guys ready? Blah, 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 blah. The group, though small, lets out a hearty roar. The president slides a hat toward the middle of the room. Inside it lies a tangled mass of paper.
Ooh.
Okay, let's just do some warm-up improv. Akira, do you mind?
It's your pleasure, Prez.
She eagerly shuffles forward and snatches a random slip. Her eyes drift over the words.
My character is a lawyer.
Good, Tatsuya, why don't you match her? Sure thing, Perez. He also extracts a slip and snorts in disbelief. A dragon with an attachment complex to his captive princess. Oh my gosh, that sounds so weird. Great, you guys know the drill. 3 minutes. Ready? Akira straightens, adjusting her jacket. Her partner leaps on the desk and curls lithely, as if he's actually a dragon. Go! Akira strides forward, whipping her finger to her partner. Hold it, Mr. Dragon! Are you not aware of the severe consequences associated with kidnapping? It's a serious felony offense. Your lightest sentence will be the equivalent of 20 human years or more if you do not cooperate at once. No, you can't take her from me. She's mine, my precious. Akira slaps her hand convincingly on the table. Your Honor, the defendant! We're not in a court of law, little lawyer! Go away before I fry you to a crisp! Take that! I thought that dragons were supposed to be creatures of honor! Must I challenge you to a duel? Her partner gives a long, dreary sigh, as if genuinely disturbed by Akira's incessant presence. Fine. You want to know, little lawyer, why I refuse to forfeit my precious? Enlighten me! Simply this, little lawyer. You are playing by the code of humans. I am playing by the code of dragons. Shall I tell you what the code of dragons states? That the dragon can then kidnap any poor innocent soul whenever so they please? No. In fact, little lawyer, it is prohibited for a dragon to withhold a precious maiden for more than 24 hours against her will, barring the major extenuating circumstance. Which is? If the place to which she must return is worse than in her possession. The room gasps silently. Even Akira's confidence falters. She... what? My dear precious little lawyer was cruelly abused in her own castle. It is safer for her here than anywhere else. But that can't be. A brief silence falls on the group, punctuated by the shrill tone of an alarm. The club president hastily waves her phone as the room breaks into applause. Time up! Good job, Akira. Tatsuya. That was really creative. That plot twist was a brilliant comeback, Tatsuya. It was fun to watch. When Akira sits next to me, I lean closer to her. So this is just an improv where anything goes? Actually, it's more like a battle of wits. As the improv continues, a scenario is created where each person clearly takes one side. While staying in character, they must figure out how to win the battle of wits before time's up. That doesn't seem very even. Oh no, I'm just no good at it. You see, I should have said that the princess was actually Spartan. Therefore, what the dragon perceives as abuse, society perceives as normal. That kind of improv concept is very interesting. I've never thought of something like that before. Okay, next. Yama, wanna give it a try? Sure. I pluck a slip of paper from the hat. Just my luck. A delinquent boy. But yet, General, an honorable samurai, a terrific knight. Sorry to disappoint, but... Uh-oh. Hi guys, sorry for being late.
Of course, she's here. Of course, Rui is back.
Suddenly, the door flies open and Rui comes rocketing into the room, dumping her backpack on the ground. My mind runs completely blank. Rui. She's part of the drama club. I'd completely forgotten. Oh, perfect timing, Rui. Why don't you play opposite of Yama? We're doing battle improv. Rui's eyes land on mine, surprise etched clearly over her features. Guilt churns in my stomach as she shuffles away, her smile adopting a clearly awkward tint.
Um, I probably.
Come on, the hat's waiting.
I, I think I forgot something.
She inches through the doorway. I wrap my fingers in my pockets, trying to stem the stifled hair out of my lungs.
Rui,
Rui halts in her steps, staring pleadingly at Akira.
why don't you be Yama's partner?
Horror spreads across Rui's face. Fierce indignation rears in my stomach. I bite my tongue to keep my words back. Why, of all days for her to interfere, why today? Does she know what happened between Rui and me? Is this her way of exacting revenge since she got into a fight with Rui?
I I have to go, Akira.
What, Rui? Rui quickly scoops up her backpack and bolts out of the room. Akira's face falls.
Well, it was worth a shot.
What's gotten her so antsy? An uncomfortable silence descends upon the room. It's more than I can bear. I hurriedly grab my backpack, my mind still clouded with anger. Sorry, I have to go too. Thanks for the performance, though. Wait, you two already?
General, why?
Goodbye, Akira. I'm barely able to keep the snap out of my voice as I rush out of the classroom. I stop only when I break into fresh air. My thoughts, now broken from their mold, are racing uncontrollably in my head. Rui, train, Shoji, seeing Rui, yelling at Rui, hurting Rui. I even forgot that she was in the drama club.
General, hold up!
Akira springs to me, face wrought with worry.
Why'd you leave all of a sudden?
I clench my jaw, working to keep my words civil. Akira, I need you to be honest with me.
Okay.
Did you also ask Rui to come to drama club today?
She usually comes, but I wanted to make sure.
That's answer enough. Why did you want to make sure? Because you wanted us to meet?
Well, yes.
Akira, please! I've told you this before, but you need to stop meddling. Look, Rui and I fought yesterday. What just happened in that classroom, well, I think you might have made the scenario a whole lot worse.
General, I know that you and Rui fought.
What? My anger blossoms in my stomach. Then why do you plan this? Did you intentionally try to make us miserable? Is this because you and Rui are on bad terms?
No, Rui and I made up a long time ago. Well, actually, it was just yesterday. But still,
This appeases me slightly. I try to withhold my accusations. Then why?
you need to make up with Rui, General. I wasn't there, so I don't know who was wrong and who was right. But it's always best to apologize first.
The words are unusually straight and simple, especially coming from her. Still, I don't appreciate how she's meddling, yet again. Here's the thing, I don't even know if we will make up. We might just not talk to each other again. Move on with our lives.
That's exactly what can't happen, General! Don't you see? You move on, you have loose ends, and you end up with regrets that fester inside you like mozzarella cheese in an Indian summer. Ugh, what? Even if it's painful, you need to make up. Because by the time you're ready, it's too late.
She sinks into the bench. For the first time, I realize that her chipper demeanor belies an exhausted face. Too late? She spends a moment in pensive silence before she speaks. I can sense a story behind her heavy words.
General, you know Shoji? The unfortunate soul who recently died?
I do. More than I wish I did.
He was in my class.
I take a moment to swallow this fact. Shoji had to be part of a class, of course. I just haven't thought of such an association.
Blech. I I saw it, General. I knew Akane. I knew their relationship. I knew that she disappeared, and he was taking it hard. I saw all the signs. Every single one. He'd joke about dying. He wouldn't talk with anyone except his closest friend, Haru. But Haru was in a different class. He wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep. He even was giving his stuff away. And he was saying goodbye to everyone.
It's morbidly fascinating. Even while I can sense the heavy sense of guilt in Akira's words, I find the back of my mind cataloging that Shoji was planning to die. That incident at the train was self-inflicted? I quickly catch myself. Now's not the time to think about this. I need to understand Akira. The weight associated with her guilt. It's not something that she should bear in the first place.
He was a textbook example of internal pain gone too far. General, and I just ignored him. Too awkward to talk to him. Too weird to approach him normally. I did nothing. Rui. Rui talked with him. She did what I should have.
Did she? When did she? No, I shouldn't be surprised. That's something Rui would do. Rui with her big soft heart. The heart that I brutally crushed. Akira, that just shows that his death isn't your fault. If Shoji died regardless of what she said,
No, General, I could have done something. If I had just talked to him, if I had just smiled once, just waved once, just let him know that he mattered. He died, General. He died, and it was too late.
I always thought that Akira's bubbly exterior would allow all the troubles of the world to bounce right off her skin. But she's taking Shoji's death harder than anyone I've seen. The pain in her voice is nearly palpable.
General, that's what can't happen with Rui. Life is just too short. You don't know what the next day will bring. You could get run over by a car, or Rui could get run over by a car, or nuclear boom will hit Hisamu and wipe out the entire population. It might sound stupid, but you have to make up now before you have any regrets.
She laces her fingers together and stares at them.
So please, talk with Rui, General. Don't let the skirmish turn into a 7-year war.
It's clear and open, and everything not Akira, but everything Akira all at once. I know I should be empathizing with her pain, but all I can think is that I'm impressed. There's much more to her, a deep heart that I never knew was there. I try to make up. I try to smile reassuringly. Reassuringly. Bleh. She returns it, her shoulders relaxing.
Well, if you need some aid, you can always call for backup. I have a particularly dangerous concoction known as the matchmaking plan. All it requires is a nearby movie theater, a bouquet of roses.
This isn't for a date.
Well, who's to say that it can't be?
I snort at this, but it comes out a little more affectionate than I was expecting. Let's stick with a simple apology.
Well, General, even if you want to be boring, I do want to give you any help I can offer.
Thanks for the thought, but it's something I should do myself.
Ooh, you downloaded Stardew Valley? Cool! Have fun with the game, but sleep first. Sleep well, Nathan!
It's between me and Rui, so I'll take responsibility for it, not you. Akira freezes at this statement. Did I hurt her feelings? I appreciate the offer, though.
Yeah.
She only averts her gaze and shuffles away. It concerns me. Akira?
Huh?
What's wrong?
Nothing. I just, that's pretty cool of you, General. It's very admirable.
Admirable that I take responsibility for my own crap?
That's a way to phrase it, I guess. Well, I don't know. Is it time for me to get going? It must be. They'll all be wondering where I am. See you, General. Thanks for stopping by. And please, make up with Rui soon. Bye!
And just as suddenly as she appeared, Akira bolts away. And I'm magically not angry anymore. Her words are strange. Her analogies are unthinkable, and half of the time I'm not sure if we're even speaking the same language. But today, I felt closer with her than most of my longtime friends. Hmm. Amazingly enough, I think that we're actually starting to reach some semblance of understanding. I head back to my apartment, pondering the encounter in my mind. Hmm. Sorry.
I remembered how much I was a weirdo.
It's still light out by the time I return. The day stretches ahead of me, full of possibilities that don't actually exist. I could study, if there was any point in doing so. I could hang out with my friends, if I hadn't already screwed them over somehow. I should just talk to them, honestly, and apologize. At the very least, hear their side of the story, try to understand what exactly is going on in their minds. And yet, I don't. Even I'm not completely sure why. The only clue lies in this nagging thought in the back of my mind. Maybe it's better that they don't know you. Maybe it's better if they didn't have to blow off classes in order to find vague clues for an even vaguer case. Maybe it's better if they weren't forced to deal with some depressed kid who never got over his sister's death. Maybe their lives would be easier.
Yeah, maybe their lives would be easier. Maybe, but yeah, Ma, you need to think about this. If that's how they felt, that's what they would have done a long time ago. They would not have stuck by your side the whole time. They would not try to be your friends if they didn't want to be a part of it. You need to give people a chance to love you, even if you feel like you don't deserve it. In the end, you're not the one who gets to choose because we love without thinking. We love without realizing. We just love. That happens naturally. If people love you, if they really do, that's just mean to prevent them from doing so. Because loving is nice. If you try not to let them love you, you're just going to hurt them. Even if you don't understand why they love you, just don't hurt them. Take it. It's a blessing. Take it. You're not the one who gets to decide whether or not you deserve it or not. If that happens to you, that means you deserve it. If people love you, that means you deserve it. They wouldn't love you otherwise.
If that's the case, the only thing I can do for anyone, really, is to solve this case. Solve this case and stay out of the way. The key lies in my laps. Everything could change depending on what I saw last night. You're a coward. We'll see about that. I need to know why that exchange took place and what it meant. I break out of my train of thought, pondering my next course of action. If the doctors can be trusted, all I need is a strong trigger, something that can give my brain a nice kick. Like a Kool-Aid stained body. Right, easy. I raise my phone, hands shaking. Nausea churns in my stomach as I bring up my browser search engine, switching the mode to images. Why in the world would you do? Ugh! I can do this. Forui, for Masato, Yahiko, Mr. Ryota, Shigure, for the people who've died, for Mizu. I tap the screen with finality. Gruesome scenery floods my pupils, pulsing into my brain like black oil. It wraps around me, strangling my breath out of my lungs, laughing softly in my ears. Too late. I struggle against it, but the empty eyes, the wash of not quite pianos and veins, it sends my head reeling. I vaguely feel myself turn over, retching. A lapse pushes at me, but I push back, reaching into the furthest depths of my mind. Remember, remember, remember. You can do it. A clear, high voice pierces through the haziness of my mind. What? I know you can do it. Who is speaking? What is going on? What the heck am I doing? Sorry. I lost the window of the game. And I kept clicking everywhere by accident. I'm dumped into the yard of some primary school where there's grass and trees and no towering monoliths of skyscraper. It's most definitely a suburb. I'm sitting on a swing, and a tiny girl, with legs that don't even reach the ground, is on the swing next to me. She's a brave one. With every extension of her legs, she pushes higher and higher until she's almost horizontal with the bars. Then I realize that I'm also tiny and that my own legs don't reach the ground. Ah, this day. I remember it well. I remember it to the point of painstaking detail. I remember how the sun felt on my face, how the flowers sang in the wind, how the delighted shrieks of children were a soundtrack that played endlessly in the background. I remember despising it all because no one should have been happy. Not when I had to move, not when adults kept saying things I didn't understand, not when Mizu was gone. So when they come, just tell them, okay? The girl's cheery voice broke me out of my thoughts. I was barely swaying back and forth on the swing. a comical juxtaposition of to her vivid enthusiasm. Okay, it was not okay. I was not okay. And I would not just tell him, but as a child, I had very quickly learned that saying okay was the easiest thing to do. Saying okay made people happy. Saying okay made people leave you alone. But this girl was an exception. As she swung down, she suddenly ground her heels onto the bark mulch beneath her feet. Wood chips sprayed at me. I promptly leapt to my feet, yelping in indignation. Hey! The girl jumped from her swing, landing in front of me. When she stood up, her hair seemed to glow like fire in the sunlight.
Promise?
I flicked bits of bark off of my elementary school uniform, nodding dully. Okay.
Pinky promise?
She stuck out a hand. I shoved mine in my pockets. Okay.
You aren't pinky promising.
Cross my heart.
Hope to die.
I didn't speak because I suddenly felt funny. What is happening? I didn't speak because I suddenly felt funny. The girl's eyes widened.
Oh, maybe you shouldn't hope to die. Your sister's already dead.
She said this solemnly, and as a 7-year-old, I had absolutely no concept of political correctness, so I only shrugged. Yeah.
It's okay. There's lots of trampolines in heaven. Trampolines and flowers.
Okay. And the girl, through with saying her piece, leapt back onto her swing and continued her crazy quest to the top. I only made shapes in the bark mulch with the tip of my shoe. Suddenly, the girl hunched her knees to her chest and pointed frantically in the distance.
Hey! Hey! They're coming! Hey!
I shrank against the swing. I didn't need to look where she was pointing. I already knew what lay in that direction.
Come on, Yama, get up!
No.
You promised!
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did! You just promised!
No, Hey, you poop head! I stiffened and glanced meekly at the newcomers. 4 older children, bigger in every dimension, with glittering eyes and smiles that were far too cheery for this time of day, or any time of day for that matter. You stupid poop head! Wow, they're very great. Yeah, why don't you play like us? He doesn't even talk with anyone. Just stares at us with those freaky freak eyes. Just like his freaky freak name. Yama, what stupid poophead name. He's a mountain. The crazy girl slammed her shoes into the ground again, spraying mulch at them. They didn't even flinch. Instead, they grinned widely. Oh, he's with the girl. Having fun with your little girlfriend, freaky freak? Oh! I only hunched my shoulders and took the abuse. The girl, on the other hand, curled her fingers into fists, crushing aggressively.
He's not my boyfriend! We don't kiss yet!
Yama and Ree sitting in a tree. Kissing. I bet he got cooties from her.
I don't have cooties!
Ew, don't get too close, guys. You might get some. Run away! As the girl, Rui, lunged after them, the four split and ran circles around her, laughing raucously. Hey guys, I made up a song! I came up with a song! Yama Yama needs his mama! Freaky freaky just like a llama! Yeah, what's a llama? You're very stupid, aren't they? Doesn't matter. Yama Yama needs his mama. Freaky freaky just like a llama. Needs a girl to fight, fight, fight! Cause he has no might! They slapped their hands together, laughing cruelly, as I fought to keep the sting out of my eyes and throat. Okay. I said this placidly. Saying okay would make them happy. Saying okay would make them leave me alone. Ow. But just as they were about to lose interest, Ree sucked one of them straight in the face with her fist, rage twisting her cherubic features. Her target collapsed to the ground, sniveling. But the rest only laughed. You hit like a girl! Is that the best you can do? Freaky freaking his freaky girlfriend! I'm not his girlfriend! What on earth is going on here? A teacher jogged over to the scene, followed by a crowd of twittering students. Rui's eyes lit up, thinking that help was coming. I only continued to stare at my shoes. I knew what would happen.
Teacher, these four bullies are...
Teacher, Yama hit me! Look at him, teacher! I think he's going to die! Yama's not being nice. You said we should be nice, right? At the flip of the switch, the bullies had transformed into a pile of sniveling, clueless victims to the odious freaky freak. The teacher examined the scene before her, pursing her lips. The crowd awaited her judgment. Even at 7 years old, I already knew what it would be. Yama, I understand all the bad feelings you must be dealing with, but you can't hit people, okay? Ah, yes, the joys of elementary school. When you get bullied for being anything, and then you get punished because you get bullied. And the bully never get punished. Infuriated, Rui jumped in front of me, yelling at the top of her lungs.
They're lying, teacher! I hit him!
The teacher smiled tenderly at her. Rui, I know that you're very nice and you want to protect Yama, but he needs to take responsibility for his own mistakes. Yama, come with me. We need to see the principal. Okay. I suddenly got to my feet and passed through the crowd to her side. Still staring at my shoes, I could hear the bullies sniggering in the background. But Ree grabbed at my sleeve, whispering softly but intensely.
You know what? I'm gonna ask mommy and daddy. I'm gonna ask them how to get back at those poop heads. They'll be sorry. Just you wait.
She released me. The teacher led me away, a proper criminal, to the execution block. I tried to forget the encounter, to strangle the hope that was rapidly rising in me. Sooner or later, she would get tired of me. Sooner or later, she would decide to leave. Sooner or later, she would just be another face in the crowd calling me freaky freak. She never did. She moved cities and started attending the academy. I followed her out, all the while expecting that one day she'd realize that she didn't have to be with a freak and she could have any friend she wanted. And on that day, I would have moved to Isamu for nothing. But that day never came. I waked Blarily to a hammering, dull sound, almost like someone pounding at my door. Open up, Yamai Mishimoto. I know you're in here. Who is this? Come and get the door. You brat. Is this Elizabeth? What is happening? I allow myself a moment to take in my surroundings. Looks like it's already nighttime. How long have I been out? Don't make me break this down! Every attack on the door drives further into my headache, making me wince. What is Elizabeth even doing at my apartment at this hour? Just quiet down for a second, okay? The panic stops finally. Turning on the lamp, I glance around. At some point, I'd thrown my jacket on the ground. Thankfully, there's no vomit or other bodily discharge to be seen or smelled. Did I fall unconscious? Did nothing else happen? I'm waiting! 5 minutes, Your Majesty. I struggle to my feet and head to the door. A sudden dizzy spell knocks me over. I barely catch myself on the kitchen counter this time, but as a result, my hand slips on a cup, sending it crashing to the ground. I wince at the harsh sound, scrapes against my eardrums, porcelain rockets to every corner of the room, skittering across the tile. Good God, what's going on in there? Dots spin in front of my vision as I struggle to the doorway. Something cuts into my foot. I roughly shake it out. Finally, I manage to open the door. Elizabeth's dark glare promptly melts into shock. Yama? Happy. I stoop to pick up the porcelain, but my foot twinges in pain. Wincing, I crouch to the ground and examine my heel. Why are you bleeding? I point wordlessly at the shards of the cup. Elizabeth sighs, gingerly plucking them from the corners and dumping them into the trash. You seem to be getting into these scrapes quite often. Hey, it's not every day I break a cup. She ponders this silently. It's only then when I actually clock the time. What are you even doing here? No, actually, how did you know where I live? She flicks the last of the shards into the trash can, then turns to me, hands on her hips. Is that really what matters right now? Look, first, we need to take care of your foot. Where's your first aid kit? Uh... Okay. Tell her. I wordlessly point to the medicinal cabinet in the kitchen. Bottom shelf next to the stove. She crisply strides to the cabinet, pulling a pipe of antibacterial ointment and a gauze wrap. Foot. I can bandage it myself. I can do it better. Are you seriously turning this into a competition? That wasn't what I... Just stick out your leg. I don't have the will to argue with her. I suddenly extend my foot. She wets a towel and dabs it against my heel. You're lucky that this is a shallow cut. There's not even any glass in it. Sure. She expertly slicks the ointment, then binds the injury with the wrap, as if she's done so 1,000 times. The fluidity of her motions almost hypnotizing. As she finishes, she suddenly speaks, her voice unusually stuffed. Blah, 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 blah. I made it!
Why were you at the train station yesterday?
I freeze at the words, withdrawing my foot and taking a step back. Train station? Did she see me with Rui? Is this about Shoji's death? I decide to stick with a cautious answer. Rui was planning on commuting from home, so she had to take her stuff to the train station. I was just.
That's not what I meant, Yama, and you know it. Why were you at the scene where an academy student died?
My mouth runs dry. I work to speak past the ache in my throat. What?
Shoji Hasegawa. He died at that train station, and you were there.
How do you know that?
Won't you just tell me? Why were you there at that exact moment?
The pressure from her words bear down on me heavily. I make my way over to the couch and take a seat. Were you there too?
Yama, just answer.
How did you know?
Why are you always so insufferable? I might not be your best friend, but don't you trust me? Just one whit?
My exhaustion, my nausea, my dizziness, it culminates into a lump of long-ridden resentment. Insufferable? I'm the one who was insufferable? I was just a normal student in a normal class. I didn't cause trouble. I didn't bother anyone. Who bothered whom first? Who insulted whom first? Who was the person who pretended to be my friend?
I wasn't pretending. I was trying to help you.
Oh yeah, you were an angel, nagging and criticizing and micromanaging me. You should have just done my homework for me. Let me ask you, did I ever ask you for your help? Did I ever ask for you to help me? That I was trash at everything?
Look, I admit that I made some mistakes, but I was trying to help you.
Well, I thought so too, until that project. Don't tell me that I'm insufferable. You're the one who started it. Elizabeth bristles visibly and grabs my shoulders. Her breath is hot against my face. A current of lavender and vanilla brushes against my cheek.
What did you expect? Did you think I would baby you around? You dumped that project. You left me to do everything. You don't know how many all-nighters I had to pull just to get that bloody poster done in time.
That poster isn't even...
Is it even what? Worth anything? It's worth a grade, Yama, and grades are money. More than that, it was the City Link project that was worth 50% of our grades.
I blink in surprise at this fact. Honestly, I never checked the syllabus. The fact that one project would be worth so much is alien to me. Elizabeth quiets and raises my shoulders, sitting down on the opposite end of the couch and folding her hands in her lap.
To you, coming to the school is just pocket change.
Not exactly. My parents aren't billionaires or anything.
Maybe, but you can slack and you'll come back another semester. You can scrape by at the bare minimum and stay assured that you'll remain a student. But I need to work for it, so that I'm not a burden on my father. He's already so busy with work, the house, and with me. Education is just out of the question.
She seems she seems to shrink inwardly, looking oddly defeated. I tried to work past my shock and phrase my next question delicately. Your mom doesn't send help?
She's dead.
Oh,
Yeah, makes it a bit difficult.
just a little. She recovers and stares me in the eye.
You already know that I'm a part-timer at the cafe, even while I keep up the illusion of being rich to others. But the absolute best thing I can contribute is maintaining an academic scholarship at the academy.
My cynical side can't help but laugh. Scholarship? Who would work so hard to come to school like the academy? But at the same time, if I'm fair, I know that it's one of the best high schools around. Shows just show you shows you just how much quality of education has deteriorated since the depression. Deteriorated. I can't speak.
To you, Yama, it may seem like I only cared about my grade. And yes, I was controlling, and I wanted to control every aspect of the project. But it wasn't just for a nice letter on a card. It was to keep my scholarship. If I had let things fly, I would have lost it.
What?
With you dropping the other hand, the most I could have gotten in that course was 50 points. If that's worth half my grade, well, there goes the scholarship.
Absorb this quietly. Truthfully, I don't even know how to respond. I didn't know.
I'm aware of that now. My grades are my livelihood, so is how I uphold myself about my peers, my extracurricular activities, my everything, really. A full scholarship to a school like this is nothing to sneeze at.
But you're basically a slave to the school.
Well, I won't deny it felt that way a lot. But it doesn't matter as long as I can win it back.
She trades off, her eyes drifting to the distance. I nudge her. Win what?
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, that sure looks like nothing.
Well, it's not important at the moment. What I want to know is why you were such a non-sufferable arse on that project. Loath as I am to admit it, you weren't completely awful until it started.
Her subtle insults almost seem to hold a teasing edge. It prompts me to reply honestly. Well, your nagging was irritating and your opinions were bad. But honestly, I didn't care that much until this one day where you mentioned my sister.
Sister?
She seems genuinely aghast at this nugget of information. You don't remember?
I didn't even know you had a sister.
Oh, interesting. At the time, I thought it was a deep insult.
Oh, and your sister thought so too?
Well, she's dead.
Oh,
Bit hard.
just a bit. I'm sorry then, I didn't know. Was that why you dropped the project?
Something like that.
Well, it makes sense.
A moment of silence falls between us as we work to process these revelations. Honestly, it feels pretty alien to share civil conversation with Elizabeth. Up until just a week ago, we'd been at each other's throat on nearly daily daily basis.
This really is like Pride and Prejudice, isn't it?
What?
Well, I've gone so long misunderstanding you.
Well, so have I.
I guess both of us are Mr. Darcy.
And Elizabeth Bennet.
I suppose everyone is to some extent.
Well, you more than most, Miss half English woman whose name is Elizabeth.
And you as well, Mr. Takes his wealth for granted.
Before I can respond to this, she clears her throat.
But this is getting off topic. Seriously, Yama, I need to know why you were at that train station.
My guard instantly rises, even though Elizabeth doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Just the mention of the trauma puts me on alert. Why do you need to know? Elizabeth rockets to her feet, her voice low as she glares down at me.
Why? Because depending on your answer, you could be the primary suspect in the recent disappearances.
A primary suspect? But how would she know? Why would I? I was just...
Do I need to spell it out? Katsu Kobayashi, he's a policeman. The one who found you in the forest a few days back. Right around the time they found a body in that same forest. A seriously injured body of a student that matched the pattern of disappearances. Well, Katsu's in charge of Shoji's Hasegawa's case at the train station. And what does he hear from his primary witness? That you were there. Of all bloody incompetent people, you somehow possess the intelligence and initiative to flawlessly kidnap and 4 to 6 people.
I can't tell whether she's insulting me or fighting for my innocence. Not that it matters when she knows so much. How do you... She throws her hand up in the air.
Fine. My father is the bloody superintendent of the bloody Isamu Police Department, and Katsu is a family friend. Now, will you tell me?
I'm stricken speechless by this barrage of revelations. Elizabeth is the daughter of the police superintendent? Come to think of it, maybe she has superior knowledge of dressing wounds because her dad is the police superintendent. Pieces start falling into place. Elizabeth's a typical outlook on the eatings, a systematic behavior during the school investigations. How she knew how to handle the weapon, even just in laser tag. Something makes sense about her.
If you're wondering, no, my father doesn't blab about confidential information. I learned as part of an investigative process that involved Katsu interviewing me.
What? I wasn't even thinking about that.
Then why are you wasting time? Just tell me what you were doing at the station. Napping?
Told you I was just helping Rui move. Those are the words I want to say, but can't. What was I doing? At the train station, I might have just fainted, but when I'm sleeping, when I'm lapsing, I have no clue what I'm doing. Elizabeth's frown flattens into neutral curiosity. Yama? I don't know. It's impossible to tell what's even going on. Everything happened so quickly. The, the deaths, being drafted as an assistant, then being fired, more deaths, fights, all over in the space of, what, 9 days since school started?
You're just being ridiculous. You either did something or you didn't. Look, just say that you couldn't have had anything to do with Shoshi's death.
What if I did?
Then say that you did. Is it really that hard?
Hard to admit that you could be a serial eater without even knowing? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty hard. Then again, she, she just thinks that I'm joking. And what if I don't know? Her expression quiets as she seems to understand.
You're not seriously entertaining this idea, are you? For God's sake, Yama! You? An eater? That's a load of rubbish.
You can't know that for sure.
Oh, yes, I can. Look, it's impossible. Clearly, you're not the actual eater, or you wouldn't be acting this way. Therefore, there's no reason that you would have anything to do with these incidents. Stars above, for a rational person, you sure do awful little thinking.
Ironically enough, the bite in her tone is comforting. She sounds so confident, like I could never be guilty, like I would never be able to hurt someone. But she doesn't know about my lapses. She doesn't know that I could potentially be a completely different person.
Look, you're many things, Yama, but, Ita is not one of them. You've got to believe that. If you don't, no one will.
Huh. What if no one already does?
Then you've got to show them. Show them who you are. Show them what you can do. Nothing more terrifying than eating cereal. Indeed, so scary. They'll dot you. They'll fight you. Maybe your friends will leave you. But you've got to fight back.
I have no doubt that to any other person, her speech would be amazingly inspirational. To any other person, life changes would be made, and worldviews would be altered. But fighting back, involving people, doing something, that's what I've been doing for this past week. Uncovering, investigating, taking initiative. And well, we saw how that turned out. Still, I have to admit that she stirs hope, even in someone like me. Her words make me want to leap up, to raise my fists, to fight back. I just don't know if it'll make things better or worse. Thanks, Elizabeth. She falters, her eyes widening. What?
That's the first time you didn't call me Lizzie.
Would you prefer that?
Not particularly. It simply feels odd.
Her eyes drift across mine, slowly, contemplatively.
Well, done with your pity party?
As close as I can get to done, I suppose, Miss Bennet.
Fair enough, Mr. Darcy. After all, I know how you enjoy your parties.
Ah, yes, you can tell by my acute desire to eat, drink, and dance the night away.
Why, the night is scarcely young. Wait, it's midnight?
She leaps away, pointing at pointing to my clock in clear horror. Oh, looks like it is. Good God, I have to get going. Now. She really shoves the medicine back into the cabinet and scrambles the doorway. I instinctively grab her sleeve. Wait, what's the... Let's go, now! She doesn't look like she's going, so I quickly release her. Something dawns on me. Oh, academic curfew. What? No, I have permits because of my father's job. Does this curfew even exist, or does everyone just ignore it? Then what is it? Homework? Sleep schedule? No, nothing like that. Shouldn't... shouldn't it be obvious? A girl in a boys' home at a late hour? Uh, what, just that? It's nothing to worry about. I've had plenty of girls over. Rui was one of them. Heck, she even knows the key code to my door. But Elizabeth doesn't seem to take this as comforting. In fact, she turns white as a sheet. Plenty of girls? It's fine, people don't care around here. I care! Do you know what this could do to my reputation? She paces agitatedly, wringing her hands. Her worry is stressing me. Look, like I said, it's not a big deal. Guys have girls over all the time, and girls have guys over all the time. She stops in her tracks to stare at me. Oh, as friends. Well, what else would they be doing? You're asking because you don't know? That is generally why people ask questions, yes? And according to you, girls come over and guys come over and they just study or play games or eat dinner or whatnot? That's exactly... Wait, what were you thinking? My God, I can't believe we're having this conversation. She covers her face and rearranges her jacket, quickly opening the door. I'm just going to go now. I'm left flabbergasted as she slams the door in my face. I can't even get in a word. Well, that was abrupt. I swear I've never know what's going on in that head of hers. Yeah, it probably doesn't mean anything to you, Yama. But I believe in you. Uh, Before I can make a move, she promptly shuts the door again. This time I hear the rapid blink of her shoes against the apartment hallway as she strides out of the complex. She believes in me. Of all people, Elizabeth Oshiro believes in me. Well, that's just like the irony of life, I suppose. And I can't deny that it's reassuring in the most bizarre way. She's more confident than I am in my own innocence. It feels nice to have someone like that on your side. A fighter, a warrior. Someone who would someone who you know will tell the truth to your face even if you don't want them to. I can trust her, weirdly enough. The boost to my mood gets me into an investigating mood, but I manage to stave it off. For now, I need to go to bed and get some rest. If I'm going to tackle this crime, I need to do it on an alert mind and a lot of sleep. I'm tossed awake by the rattle of a jackhammer just outside my window. In the middle of the night? It's still dark out and my eyes are blurry. I rub at them and squint into the street. A handful of men garbed in bright orange are huddled around some crack in the middle of the road, surrounded by three large trucks. Definitely construction work of some kind. I fall back onto my bed and jam my pillow over my ears, but it's futile. The noise pounds straight through my wall. No matter what way I turn, it continues to throttle me from all sides. Aggravated, I leap out of bed and head to my living room, kneading at the tension between my temples. Of all times to choose contraction, did it really have to be at such an ungodly hour? I think it's supposed to be illegal to do that in the middle of the night like that. Because it would bother people and prevent them from sleeping like that. I retreat to the living room and lie on the sofa, but sleep avoids me. Looks like it's gone for good. Well, clearly, this isn't going to work. I decide to just get up and start the day. Let's see. Breakfast. Fridge. Completely empty, of course. To be fair, it's been a while since I've gone grocery shopping, but that does nothing to stop my growing irritation. This day looks like it'll be fantastic. I head to the door to pull on my shoes, but a sudden alert from my phone stops me in my tracks. Who is it this time? Need a claver? I've not heard from you in some time, Mr. Troll. Is the night bothering you? Nights can often be unreasonable. No. No, I don't need another mysterious email. I don't need advice. I don't need any of this. Unreasonable? Wasn't there something about the case that was unreasonable? Come to think of it, maybe I should check into the independent oofings again. From the sounds of it, those eatings might have a substantial connection to this case. Well, I guess the internet exists for a reason. I withdraw my phone, running a search on the independent oofings. Only a few options pop up, and when I tap on them, they never load, only spinning in place. What the heck? I tap again, refresh, restart my browser, nothing. My internet's fine. I checked the NNN website, and it loads within a second. But nothing with the independent oofings. Seriously? The last thing I need is tech problems. Today seems to be one of those days where nothing goes right. I struggle to keep still, breathing deeply to stave off the irritation. My interrupted sleep, paired with a nagging twist of hunger, is starting to haze my brain. No, I need to fight this. First, I have to buy groceries and make some breakfast. Filling my stomach will help me think clearer. I head to the kitchen for my book of coupons. Technically, I'm not short on money, but it never hurts to save. It's one of the few things I can do for my parents. But when I look through the drawer, I find a phone tucked away in the back crevice. A phone? What's a phone doing here? Curious, I pick it up, turning it over in my hands. I don't recognize it. It's the latest premium lemniscate model. Upscale, even for my standards. Whoever owns this has to be a really rich kid. I try to switch the phone on, but nothing happens. Not even the empty battery indicator. Odd. Is it completely dead? I pry the back panel open, only to find that there's nothing where the battery should be. Weird. Looks like someone took out the battery. So now I've got this random phone and I have no idea where it came from. Your drawer! No, for I know. Wait, isn't this the model that Misaki was talking about before? It says they're. It says here they're holding some kind of lottery drawing for weed. What? Why would they be giving that away at the drawing?
I'm puzzled as well.
Someone might explaining what this weed is? WEED is just an acronym for Wall Electric Energy Director. It's a new lemniscate cell phone that can run on power from a wall socket, even without a battery. That's right. If this is the new model that Misaki was raving about, I can just use my universal lemniscate charger to turn it on. I plugged the phone into the wall, holding my breath as I tapped the switch. The wallpaper glimmers to life. A cheery group photo of 7 or so people taken in the school courtyard. What the? These faces are the faces of Shoji, Akane, Haru, and Yahiko. Huddled around them are 3 other students whom I don't recognize, but I think I've seen them around the cafeteria as the Happy Club. Could this be Yahiko's phone? No, he hasn't come over since last week. And even if it did, there's no reason to leave his phone here, much less without a battery. Then I noticed that the phone has no lock system, no number code, no fingerprint recognition, no voice command. Something feels dirty about looking through someone else's personal information, but given the circumstances, it can't really be helped. I hold my breath and slide the lock aside. A barrage of messages pops onto the screen, all from Yahiko. Bewildered, I filter through them. Dude, where are you? Dude, tell me right now. How do you pick up your dang phone? I'm coming, so help me. I'm coming for you, dang it! The phone slips out of my hands and clatters onto the counter. I stare at it wordlessly, aghast. Is this Haru's phone? What is Haru's phone doing in my apartment? Frantically, I check the timestamp of the messages. 2 nights ago, just an hour after the train incident. The train accident where Yahiko had allegedly been arrested and taken to the police. Was that why his words were so harsh? But then, why did I see him in District 6 that night? Haru, Yahiko, Shoji. The lapse. What happened during the lapse? Ugh. I stumble to the couch, my vision spinning before my eyes. What's going on? Oh, images shift in front of my eyes and overwhelm my vision. I'm in my apartment, but I'm out of my apartment. I'm in the present, but I'm in the past. Everything smells like iron. Iron, trash, smoke. I walk forward, and the carpet against my feet turns to slime. District 6. I'm in District 6. I'm in my laps. I stagger forward, blindly reaching for a hold on the wall. A garbage bin. Anything. My shoes catch against something on the ground. I barely hold my balance. Just a few feet away lies a body hewn with long, slender cuts on every inch of its skin. Trickles of red seeping to the ground. A dark pool sloshes over the cement, sluggishly crawling toward my shoes. I step forward, fixed with morbid fascination, and peer into the body's messed up face. No, no, what's Haru? Why is he? I have to be mistaken. I have to. Nausea kindles in my stomach. I'm struck still with shock. My limbs frozen to the ground. Iron fills my nostrils, strangling me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The body is unmoving. Still, rid of its suffering. I run. I sprint as fast as my legs will take me, weaving through buildings, streets, until my lungs are pleading for air. My surroundings whistle past me, twisting into macabre images of mocking beasts. Too late, always too late. Yama? I grind to a halt, struggling to keep a grip on my panic. Yahiko stands before me, his phone open and a light in his hand. He's pale in the moonlight, almost to the point of being a ghost. Yahiko? What are you doing here? We stare wordlessly at each other. Yahiko suddenly shakes his head, as if waving his thoughts away. Have you seen Haru? That depends on your definition of see. Now's probably the worst time to have a smart mouth, but I can't help myself. I have to find some cruel humor in the moment, or I'll break. I saw what was left of him. You what? Yahiko's eyes search my face, but I'm unable to speak. He quickly grabs my shoulders. Then what are you doing? You shouldn't even be here! I scoff at this. No, really? Yahiko rifles his fingers through his hair agitatedly. Don't you dare tell anyone! His eyes are pleading, but the urgency in his words startles me. Why not? Look, no one can know about this! His evasiveness makes me wonder. It's almost as if he already knows that Haru died. Scared someone would find out? He falters, staring at me in disbelief. I'm trying to help you, dude! You have to get out of here, now! His voice is flat. I don't even know who I'm talking to. This is not the same Yahiko that I've known for 2 years. Why would I... Go! Leave! The intensity of his voice shocks me into obedience. I race away, fleeing to the safety of my apartment. I don't look back. I throw the door open and race to the bathroom, sagging against the toilet as nausea roils in my stomach. Haru's injuries flash before my eyes, inducing a fit of retching. It feels like hours before my body finally seems to calm down. What did I just see? My hallucination merged with reality. I'm hunched over the sink, staring emptily down the drain. Haru, hurt very badly. Yahiko, District 6 without any rhyme or reason. Everything pointing to me, or rather, the unaccountable alien in my body during the lapses. Gone. It's all gone. I'm too late. I can't. I shouldn't. I didn't. Mizu, Haru, Shoji. I stood by. I didn't help. I ended them all. Kool-Aid. When there's enough of it, the metallic scent kind of turns sweet. What are you saying? Almost like a rich, vibrant pool of paint. Paint that gets everywhere. That seeps into the walls, the cement. Paint. Art. I've never been much of an artist. Maybe if I was Rui, I would have stayed. But Rui left. No, I chased her. I hurt her, just like I have with everyone else. I'm done with all of this. Too late.
What?
And there goes the bell! What the heck is happening? Finally, gosh, I thought that class would never end. What? Also, what happened to this menu? It's different now. You can't see him in front of it. Let me put myself away. It was gray before, and there was no text on it. Now it's red, and there are things written on it. Numbers and stuff, and whatever. Lots of cereal and Kool-Aid and KFP, apparently. Yeah. Exactly. Uh, don't forget, big test tomorrow. My class groans in unison, but I don't join them. I've accepted my fate. I'll just suck at math forever. So I might as well not study. Oh, jeez. Great. Now I sound like Yama. Who is this? Yama, big dummy. Whining dummy. Angsty dummy. I've never seen that menu before. I'm always in front of it. But it's always gray. And with no text. Dummy that I haven't seen since the train accident. Yeah, I'm worried. Is that pathetic? I feel like that's pathetic. After the words he said, I should be mad at him. How could he say things like that? How could he use that kind of weak spot against me? So I'm ruined right now? I still trust him, I guess. I can't seem to stop trusting him. Besides, if I'm honest, I'd said some terrible stuff too. I just want to talk it out. We haven't had an argument this bad since Mickey left. I know everything will be fine if we can just talk it out. But why do I need to be the one to take the first step? Okay. I know I was insensitive, but doesn't Yama know that I just want what's best for him? He's never really been able to take care of himself. He's basically a big overgrown baby. A really attractive, big overgrown baby. Gosh. My cheeks feel flush, remembering how he suddenly wrapped his arms around me and shielded my eyes from seeing Shoji. Whoa, okay, Rui, cut it out. That's just pathetic. Someone who I knew died right in front of me, and instead I'm just thinking about my crush. Is that what they mean by coping mechanism? Probably. Ugh, anyway. Yama, baby. Baby Yama. Or is that why Yama got so upset? Because I keep thinking that he needs to be taken care of? I don't know. It's been so long since we've been so distant. I don't even know what to do. Is that what twins feel like when they're separated? Lost? Even if they technically have other friends, like certain meddlesome roommates whose name I won't mention, but may or may not be called Akira. But anyway, being apart is like walking without shoes or doing homework with a pen instead of a pencil. It's just seriously bad. It's not seriously bad, but it's just weird, not comfortable. Maybe I should just talk to him. And from the ways things are going at the school, it's better not to live with regrets. But at the same time, can I really do it? Hey, Rui. A classmate pops in front of me with a cheery wave. I totally forgot her name, but I instinctively return her smile. Hey, what's up? We're heading to KFP, you game? My smile falters. KFP. What I wouldn't give for a trip to KFP with everyone there. Sorry, I think I'll pass. Aw, don't be a party pooper, come on. I really can't, but thanks for the invite. You're not gonna talk to Heidi Hiraga, are you? What? Where did that come from? I don't know, well, you used to hang out with her. I glance in Heidi's direction out of the corner of my eye, even though school's technically ended. She's calmly sitting at her seat, munching a peach. I used to just go up and talk to her because of her quietness. How she was bullied, how she was labeled. It really reminded me of Yama. I still should reach out to her. I still should defend her. But it just hurts. Whoop. Yummy fried phoenix. Ah, yes, I do love eating fried phoenixes. Yum, yum, yum. Kentucky fried potatoes. Ah, Skybread, you don't know about KFP. It's okay, it's okay. Kiara's fried phoenix. Is that why you were with me? Sticking around someone you know you're better than at everything probably made you feel really good about yourself. It's it's not true. It can be. I I wouldn't have done something like that, right? Didn't some philosopher once come up with the theory that every act someone did was only done to help themselves? That there's no such thing as a real good deed? Uh, yeah, that philosopher is lame. Don't listen to them. It's probably someone who had no friends. Helping elderly people is just to make yourself feel better. Giving to the homeless is just to get attention. Loving family is just to repay them from raising you. That in the end, everything is selfish and selfless love doesn't exist. No, that can't be possible. He must have just been a real moper. Yeah. Rui? You're so confused. We changed the main character, so now we are Rui, and Rui is sad because of her fight with Yama. And you are confused because of KFP, which is a Hololive English reference. Oh, sorry, I just remembered that I left my laundry in the washing machine. The light passes smoothly from my lips. What's even scarier is that I don't feel a hint of guilt. Oh, I see. That happens to me all the time. I know, right? I should really set an alarm. Well, I guess we'll get going. See ya! Have a good time. The moment she exits the room, though, I instantly drop my smile. Great. Now I'm a fake. Just like the rest of them. You're looking a bit under the weather. What's up?
Oh, Akira.
Akira suddenly leaps from beneath my desk. I smile in relief. I think it's real this time.
It's okay, you don't need to know about these kind of things.
I'm going to drink more water. Ah,
Sorry?
hey Akira. Should I ask you why you are hiding under my desk?
Well, I'd tell you, but then I'd have to get rid of you. So, drama club?
I don't think so. Not today. She stares at me, not in a judging way, but definitely searching for answers.
Remember what you promised?
Yeah, but it's not even as cool.
That's exactly why you would come. Why you should come. We're doing confidence exercises. That way, after club, you can go right to his apartment.
What? Today?
Well, no time like the present.
I can't do that. Not in our current situation.
Ah, sorry. Eh. The situation won't change unless you make it, Rui. It's a universal fact. The law of
Inertia?
precisely an object in motion stays in motion with the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. Currently, the object that is your and Yama's relationship is headed straight into a black hole, where it will be crushed to tiny bits.
Or create a time-space paradox that unravels the very fabric of the universe. I point dramatically to the sky. She grins in satisfaction.
Exactly, so you should try as soon as possible.
I lower my hand. I'll try. I say this mainly to appease her. Honestly, I don't know. I don't want anything to do with Yama. Not anymore. Even thinking about him hurts. Hurts to the point where I feel like I can barely breathe.
Rui, it'll be okay. You look back on this one day and think, ha, well, I was as silly as a goose in a soap opera.
My throat feels sore. I want to believe her, honest. Thanks, Agent Angle.
Oh, it's nothing, Agent Goose, both City Goose and Mother Goose.
She squeezes my shoulder comfortingly.
I'm going to club, okay? Come when you can. Everyone misses you.
Okay, have a great time.
As always.
She squeezes my shoulder again and disappears into the hallway. I should feel terrible for lying, but I can't bring myself to feel anything at all. I take up my bag and exit the school. It feels more like something out of habit than my own conscious choice. I actually don't come to my senses until I reach the school entrance. Why am I here? There's no reason for me to leave. I live on campus. I don't have any activities, and I'm not going to eat anywhere. Oh, right, the idiots and I used to hang out here. Usually before a trip to KFP.
That's a nice fish. It's a very huge fish. I'm going to have a very nice dinner. It's not cooked yet. I just saw the fish.
But there isn't anyone now.
Uh,
I turn back to the school, but a sudden movement catches the corner of my eye. Huh? What was that? I head around the corner, but there's nothing except the trash bin. Weird. I must just be tired. I think about heading back to my to my dorm to rest, but Akira's suggestion makes me hesitant. Now that she supplied the idea of visiting Yama today, I can't get it out of my head. It's a terrible idea. He hates me. He doesn't want to see me. He's tired of me, right? But who's reminding that idiot to pay his utility bills on time? Who's dragging his sorry butt through school? Who's keeping him from collapsing out of exhaustion? Ugh. Akira, why? Fine, I'll go. Just for seconds. Pop in, make sure that some nuclear disaster hasn't happened. Pop out, easy, right? I should stop asking rhetorical questions. They tend to give me the answers I don't want. What is that? Huh? I turn around, peering down the road. Just normal people, normal cars, normal houses, nothing out of the ordinary. I must just really be tired. Okay, what's going on? I tried to walk closer to the street and blend into the crowd, but I swear that there's this constant shadow in the edge of my sight. No matter what way I turn, I can't seem to see it. There, again! I start to pick up the pace, weaving into more populated streets. Still there. Whatever's going on, I need to get out of here. Maybe I'm just being stupid, but I swear that the shadow's actually following me. I jog back to the school, only stopping for breath when everything seems safe. No sight of that person, whoever they were. Good. Huh? What was that? It it looked like they were behind the school. But that's not possible, is it? The only entrance is the gate. How did they get in without me seeing? What is happening? The figure starts running straight at me. I don't even have time to think. I immediately sprint away, heading back to the main street. If anything can protect me, this crowd can. I grind to a halt somewhere in the mass of people gathered by the crosswalk. When I glance behind me, I still see the figure hanging around the edge of the building. Gz. I can't even get a distinct outline, but I swear that that I see two glinting eyes in the shadows, and they seem to be looking right at me. I shudder, pressing myself as close to the crowd as possible. Thankfully, when the spotlight turns green, the figure doesn't follow. But it's a little strange. Why does that person seem so familiar?
Okay, now look at this. That's the usual menu. I told you it's great. Now I can see that there are still numbers in it, but it's that color. It's that color. Probably it was a different color because I was Rui or something.
Strange.
Hi!
I come to a start with my head pounding terribly. Ugh, this must be what it's like to have a hangover. My eyes absently scan the surrounding out of habit. City, nighttime, sitting on a bench, cool breeze and a clear sky and weather that I could have enjoyed in different circumstances. That's right, I lapsed. I draw out my phone. Almost lazily, my brain still fuzzy as I check the time. 10 p.m. I've been out of it for how many hours? 14? The entire day gone. No record of where I went or what I've been doing. I check my bank records on the phone. Nothing new. Photos, notes, calendar, nothing. Pockets? Doesn't look like anything stolen. At last, nothing super important. No messages and no calls, whether incoming or outgoing, unless they've been deleted. Is that it? Ah, wait, something's in my jacket pocket. I pull out a slim phone that's cool and smooth against my palm. Right. The troublesome phone of Harubunya. Harubunya, who was brutally put to sleep. He didn't have good dreams. Harubunya, who had the latest phone model. Harubunya, who, after being eaten, somehow had his latest phone model make its way into my apartment. If this doesn't raise more than a few questions, nothing will. Hmm. I don't seem to care. Why don't I seem to care? Well, I guess it's not like I'm going to get any answers by just standing around here. Should head back to my apartment. Take another look. See if I missed anything. Now that I'm actually thinking clearly. Almost a little too clearly, actually. But what's this? As I draw nearer to my apartment complex, I notice a line of police cars surrounding the entrance gate, lights flaring and sirens blaring. In the center of their light stands none other than Shigure Enomoto, deep in conference with the police officer I recognized from my little trip into the forest. As per usual, Shigure is practically screaming her lungs out with every word. Are you not cognizant of the impetus by which I have come? Officer Kobayashi, the bureau has contended that the student must be incarcerated under suspicion of the recent deaths. So I am aware. I harbor my own suspicions. As you contend that such an intellectually impaired ersatz for a humanoid sloth could possess the sophisticated genius necessary to orchestrate the mass hurting of his associates? Wait, is she talking about me? Are they talking about me? If the police are here, if the police are talking about me, they're waiting to arrest me? You know him more than I do. What is your opinion on the matter? He was my errand boy. You claim to be good at reading people. Are you saying that you misread the suspect? A muscle in Shigure's jaw twitches. She stuffs her hands in her pockets and mutters something that I barely catch. I am not wrong. Then you agree that Yama Ishimoto is a prime suspect. What? Would she? Shigure, the legitimate detective. Does she believe that I'm the one who did this? She wouldn't, right? The emptiness in my chest promptly dissipates, replaced by pounding fear. If even Shigure believes it, doesn't that mean that it's true? I agree. She agrees. I agree. The universe agrees. I try to step back into the shadows. My feet fumble and I clutch desperately at the wall, staring blankly before me. I'm glad we're on the same page. Now we'll submit a request to Lemniscate to track his phone. The time such an action would take is too substantial. Barring the convict conventionally shares his location with us, the process can take up to 48 hours. Then we'd better get started. He motions to several officers standing by. They gather around him in a loose circle. Wordlessly, I turn on my heels and sprint away. Where to? I can't even say. My shoes seem to move automatically, even as my mind stands still. Corner here, turn here, stop here. Yeah, that's right. I'm not just an ordinary high school student who woke up from an overlong nap. I'm a suspect of eating. A guilty conscience, someone who holds the phone of the victim who was eaten because it was a cereal in his hand after the victim's ingestion. Shigure, who's not the type to lie to protect someone. She's not the type to lie to protect someone. I should have expected that answer from her. Then if I accept it, should not I be turning myself in? I grind to a halt at the subway platform, sliding into the nearest bench. Alone in a crowd. Isn't that the expression? Hanging around in public is probably the worst place for me to be. As soon as they get a hold of my picture, my face will be broadcasted across the nation. Who knows, maybe it's already posted on Patter. Maybe Misaki or Yahiko have already stumbled across it. And like Shigure, just like Shigure. Turning one by one. Not a friend, not an errand boy, not an academy student. A criminal. Why wouldn't they leave? Why wouldn't they just all go? Because you're not guilty. The voice is almost deafened in my head. Deafened in my head? I don't know. Resounding in every corner of my brain. I almost start at the sound. But what I want doesn't matter. The evidence says otherwise. Eatings happening at night. The culprit, someone who knows the security procedures of the academy well. Someone who can fake sanity too well. What if, when I'm sleeping, my personality changes and I get up, sneak across town? You know that's not true. Alright, that's enough. I close my eyes and quiet my thoughts, waiting for an image to materialize. Sure enough, a familiar figure steps onto the scene. What are you doing here? What is happening? Mr. Ryota? Question mark? I'm here to bail you out, kid. Last time I checked, you are supposed to be keeping me sane, not, putting voices in my head. Ha! I can only keep you sane if there is sanity to keep, kid. Touche. You know what you're feeling right now? That's dissociation. You're subconsciously alienating yourself from your own emotions due to anticipating future trauma. I know what dissociation is. Disassociation. Dissociation. I made it! You what? It's a painkiller. What isn't there to like? Snap out of it, kid. You can only get to the bottom of this if you dedicate yourself to it. 100%. You can't be afraid to feel. I hope you know how cheesy you sound right now. Will it make you feel? Feel what? Exasperation? You can't give up, kid. Not now. Why not? What's there to discover? That I'm an eater? A fugitive from justice? Look, do you honestly believe that you're the eater? Yes. Well, clearly you actually don't, or you wouldn't have dragged me here. I don't know, I just got here. You've got my time for now, kid. Make it worth it. I started a little at the accuracy of this Ryota. I must have spent way too much time with him. So, the null hypothesis is that I'm the serial eater, and the working hypothesis is that I'm not.
Yeah, got it.
Good start, good start. What does that mean? It means that I just need to find evidence that I am not the eater. But you won't settle for that, will you? You want to find out who's really behind all this. I might not even know him. You're kidding, right? There's this huge piece of evidence hanging right in front of you that meh, you know that. It's more fun if I just watch you figure it out on your own.
I am the detective again! I didn't put on my costume for nothing.
I find myself becoming intrigued. How much do I know that I think I don't? Enough to solve what the police, with all their resources and brain power and authority, still can't? The police are limited by a little something called bureaucracy. Besides, remember your advantage. My advantage over the police? You have a core piece of evidence that they know nothing about. What might that be?
You have the phone. I would assume that's that. Yeah.
Dashing good looks, school gossip. I have Haru's phone right here with me because it was in my apartment. Bingo. The police don't have his phone in their physical possession, not like you. They don't have the same hints. Now, to be fair, they were buzzing around your apartment like vultures around the cadaver, so something definitely attracted their suspicion. But it's not like anyone else who was at Haru's uh, death beside you and the killer, at least. No one who witnessed it firsthand. Not only that, but the police didn't come into my apartment until just today. I found this phone just tucked away in my apartment. It had to have gotten there somehow. So whoever put the phone in my apartment knows the code, since there were no signs of a break-in. And, well, you're basically saying that the Eater is someone close to me because they can access my apartment. Yes, and you don't think that it could be, oh, I don't know, me? Oh, really? Then how did you lure the victims out, even though you weren't close to them? Or why didn't you remember taking the phone from Haru? Or removing its battery? Or putting it in your drawer? Balance of probability remains that you would have remembered at least one of these events. One of those events. Blah blah blah. Even so, we are not seriously entertaining this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde play, kid. You know your own medical reports. The lapses are a problem with your memory, not your behavior. You could have changed since then. Do you even know how sad it is that you're losing an argument with yourself? Just move on, kid. You only got so much time. Even if I have Even I have to admit that it's an unlikely scenario. Right, so then what? So assuming that you're not the reason why Haru's phone is in your apartment, then how did it get there? Well, someone else had to put it there. Good. Who and why?
Well, Elizabeth got into the apartment. Sorry. My ear was itchy. I had to scratch it, but I had my headphones over. But that would be weird. Why would Elizabeth do that? I don't know.
The Eater, to frame me. That would have been the only person with access to Haru's phone before the police arrived. And the police wouldn't have planted the phone in my apartment. Hey, now we're going somewhere. Even if you found the phone, the Eater wanted to make certain that you wouldn't know what it was for. Why did that fail? What? Well, you found out it was Haru's phone because you turned it on. That was clearly not within the Eater's plan. I mean... So he's saying that the Eater didn't know about the wall charging feature. The Eater might have taken out the battery, but he didn't know that I could power the phone just by plugging it in to the wall charger.
I can speak!
Which means he knows about some technology, but not all. He knew enough to take out the battery, but not enough for the latest features. Ha! Good going. You might actually solve this for real. See, you already know one thing about the Eater that the police don't. Ray, let's throw a party.
You can speak. Yes, I can. Sometimes.
Suck it up, kid. There's another weird thing about Haru's case that you need to remember. Happen to know what it is? Uh,
Location?
He died in an alley in District 6, not in the forest. Good, good, and?
It's a place with too many potential witnesses around. Even though the forest has police on patrol, it's not like they can secure a large portion of it, much less the entire forest. He probably knows the forest like the back of his hand. He could have easily snuck around them. A sad truth, but good, although it would have been risky to take a screaming victim to an area swarming with personnel. He said it. The title of the game, he said it. Did he? Would the forest have been swarming with personnel 2 days ago? Uh... No, there was a permanent accident elsewhere. Wait, this game is not called District 9. It's called Lucid9. And I don't know why. The police can be everywhere at once. Oh? That day was also the day of Shoji Hasegawa's death, right on the subway tracks. Then I can't imagine that the group at the forest would be anything more than a skeleton crew. Well, technically, those would be two entirely different divisions. One's with mean crimes, the other is probably with civil affairs or something. Usually, yes. But it might have been reported as oofing. Yahiko was arrested and interrogated for it. Did you see how easily he walked out of it? He must have been a witness interrogation, not a suspect. Well, it's either that or his parents were influential enough to... Okay, we're getting off topic here. Let's just settle it like this. It's likely that it was handheld by the Mean Crimes Division because it involved the death of another academy student in the wake of multiple student disappearances. Furthermore, there were also 3 witnesses at the scene. You, Yahiko, and Rui. And all of you are also academy students. Happy? Why didn't I think of that? You just did? So why does that matter?
told jokes today with my boyfriend. Oh boy. I need to tell you about that later because it's funny. mm, Alright. I, I said he was unwell earlier. So I said something about, like, I wish I could just, like, roll to your town and knock at all the doors to figure out which one is yours. And, like, until I find you. Because I've never been to his place before. I just know what town he lives in. He's been to... He knows what's my house, but I don't know what is his. So, like, I just joked about I would knock on all the doors until I find yours, and then I would go and take care of you. And, well, he wasn't even home. He came back from his mom's place. Alright? He just came home. And I said, "Oh, you found your door first." Sorry, that's so dumb. So, why does that matter? The forest was still a fairly viable option. At the very least, it would be away from overly inquisitive citizens. Then why was Haru still oofed in District 6? I guess it mean that the Eater was entirely in charge of his circumstances. Things didn't happen according to his plan. So then, the question we must ask is this: why and how was Haru eaten? I can't answer all that. Let me check something. There's still a bunch of choices to make after this. But let's see. I can't answer all that. You're going to be the end of me, kid. Fine, I'll rephrase it. Remember how every victim previous logged in for curfew before they disappeared? Yeah. But Haru didn't. He was away from school even before curfew tolled. See something weird? Besides the obvious break in pattern? Holy smokes, kid. The pattern is odd. Why would the Eater kidnap students after curfew? Let's say I'm your everyday Joe. Well, your everyday psychopathic Joe. I need to eat a couple people here and there, and for reasons unknown, it has to be a bunch of kids at this super uptight private school. When would I choose to strike? After curfew? Tell me why that's an obvious disadvantage, ignoring the obvious security problems. It would... limit the suspect pool, probably? Mm,
I. Let's see. Limit the suspect pool seems to make sense. Whoops.
because security locks down on the school after curfew. Only a few people can be out and about. The suspects would be limited to students or maintenance staff, like the janitor or security team. Hmm. Hmm.
The suspect would be limited to students or maintenance staff, like the janitor or security team. Let me think about this.
Good, good. Are the ideal circumstances for an eater? So pretty safe to presume that he wouldn't act after curfew unless he absolutely needed to. Which means that Harubunya missing curfew was his own choice, because if the eater kidnapped him before curfew, then why didn't he do so to the other students? Unless this time was an exception. Hey, everything can be an exception. You'll never get a working theory that way. Now let's think about this. How skips curfew after the eater is confined? Night falls, unlike the other victims. Harry is out of school, but still ends up being oofed. He probably thought that he would be safer if he wasn't confined to curfew.
Oh, that's me. He probably would have said.
Oh no, you don't think that. You think he went to look you think he went to look for the suspect? There's no proof of that. I wouldn't say that. It's easy enough to stay safe in public. 24-hour fast food restaurants with CCTVs, public hospitals, even the police department for crying out loud. The eater might know the school security system like the back of his hand, but he can't control all of Hisamu. And Haru didn't seem like the stupid type. Just so, coincidence? Probably not. Good boy. But if that's the case, why wouldn't he tell anyone his suspicions?
Maybe he needed proof too. I don't know, like, bruh. Also, this guy is so suspect, and we are like visualizing him as a mentor to help us.
You tell me? Because he didn't have any. He was just gonna tail the first guy who left the school. And on that note, why didn't he notify the police if he was going to take such a risky action? Why wouldn't he notify the police? Why wouldn't he indeed? This is what you want me to feel. Correction, this is what you want you to feel. Because I have to understand what Haru is thinking. You only don't understand Haru because you're distancing yourself too much. It's time to get real, kid. Check that phone of yours. Check my phone? I stumble out of my concentration in a disoriented mess. It's in the subway, which is now completely empty. How long have I been thinking? I peer around the abandoned platform. Nothing but the soft flickering of dim lights. Well, I guess it makes sense. This isn't exactly a major station. A dull vibration in the pocket of my pants redirects my attention. Ah, that's right. My phone must have been vibrating all this time. From Shigure, probably, to lure me someplace or another, or some teacher to warn me on my absence. Maybe even a friend who's wondering where I've been. It probably was vibrating from the moment I entered the subway, vibrating incessantly. Commotion. I tend to shut it out when I'm overwhelmed, distancing myself from reality, as Mr. Ryota would call it. Childhood trauma, learned behavior, coping mechanism. One moment the world is there, and the next it's just me, alone with the figureheads inside my brain. A caricature of Mr. Ryota to help me think better, or a caricature of Rui to stabilize my emotions. Such extremes haven't been necessary for years. After all, what excitement happens in high school? Gossip, relationships, mean people? But now I'm distant. I feel it in myself. Something hollow, cold. Something that, apparently, couldn't even notice the vibrations of my own phone. Well, I guess I eventually noticed. I humor myself and scroll through the notifications. Daily, mundane life, I expect. Yes, please stop this. It's annoying noise. Um, mm,
Sarge, hate to disturb your 1,000-year slumber, but have you seen your distant princess?
dude, have you seen Rui?
Is Rui with you?
Rui me after school. Respond ASAP. Rui is missing? I didn't even realize it, but my fingers weaken and my phone slides through the spaces between my knuckles and turns end over end, end over end, clatters to the ground, the shrill impact of fine glass against concrete echoing down the hollow, utterly abandoned passage in which I sit. Rui, missing. Rui is missing. It starts out as a disappearance. 3 times a disappearance from school, mysterious vanishing after a locked curfew. No one can find them. No one can contact them. Phones are tracked and found in garbage disposals. CCTV footage turns up corrupted or deleted or looped. Then the bodies are found. Peeled, sliced, ripped apart. The remains of what was once a human being. What if one of those bodies, one of those victims, someone who gave terrible, rending screams that only went unheard, was Rui, waking up in the cold dark, greeted by a pale, croaking voice saying nothing but the sheen of a blade in the moonlight, something that saws through flesh. I force a shaky breath into my lungs as my chest constricts. The world pulses. Rui is the next. An afternoon disappearance. Another break in the pattern. One more shaky breath. My vision spins. Rui is with the Eater, with someone whose mask is perfect, who disappears without a trace, who eludes the police without effort, like everything is just a game. Someone who isn't caught by an army of highly trained officers of law enforcement. Someone whom I could never dream of catching. Rui is going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just a 17-year-old kid hiding in the subway like a homeless beggar, a refugee from police custody. Her smile, her teasing, her nagging, gone, just like that. Another figure who entered my life, only to leave me, violently ripped away before time. Another person who deserved to live so much longer. Put yourself together! Huh?
Moping around doesn't help anyone. If you want to be useful, then be useful.
Lizzie,
Huh?
figures that see you. You like to challenge me. Guess this time wouldn't be indifferent. So, things aren't hopeless? What amazing advice do you have for me? This comes almost mockingly. A crushing weight has filled the space that was once empty and shock. I have nothing left but sarcasm and cynicism. Well, in response, Elizabeth's image flickers into Mr. Ryota. There's still a key that you have to remember about Haru's case. A key? Recall it. How did you stumble on the Ether in the first place? Haru sent me a location ping. It's only after the sentence spills out with too much ease that I realize its irregularity. Haru sent me a location ping? We're not even close. Not only that, but there was barely any time between the location ping and his passing. So somehow, in his last moments, just before he died, he decided to send the location ping to me? I fervently racked my brain for an answer. Would Haru really do that? Would he really put the fate of his life on me? I scanned through the flowcharts of known ways people socialize in my head, but it turns up blank. My brain is freezing. I can't see beyond the mental image of stumbling on Rui's body, cold and full of Kool-Aid, mouth open, the last remnants of a scream. No, Haru, location ping. Why would he send it? Why would... Red terror, the crushing force of water. No, stop, must think. I forced all of the habits from excessive therapy sessions into practice. Deep breaths, tall spine, tense all muscles, and relax slowly from top to bottom. Her life is at stake. Rui could pass any minute. Maybe she already has. Or maybe she's cramped up in whatever sick place the psycho has, waiting and dreading the moment when nothing will be on her mind but excruciating pain. Dang it! Mr. Ryota turns into Elizabeth, flickers for a moment, then turns into Misaki.
Yama?
I can't do this anymore. Miki, please, just leave me alone.
I know this is hard, but right now, you're the one with the best chance at finding the Eater.
Because of this dang phone. You know what? Fine. I can't handle this on my own. I'm giving it to the police.
Won't they just arrest you?
Yeah, but they'll find out that I'm not the real one.
But they have to trust your word that someone else put that phone in your apartment rather than you taking it from Haru himself. It could take days, maybe weeks, to clear the situation, even if you are eventually found innocent.
And by that time, Rui would be gone. Miki, please help me. Rui, don't you love Rui? She needs us.
In that case, do you remember whether someone sent you an out of place location ping?
I've received and sent too many dang location pings to keep track of. Maybe you can narrow it down.
Or maybe you can start using your head. Before Harubunya, was there anyone else who accidentally sent you a location ping?
Actually, now that you mentioned it, I remember something. A location ping from Miki? Did we arrange something? I don't really recall any recent conversations with her. Yeah, it was. You, actually. You sent me a location ping by accident. You misstepped because my name was right under... Wait. Misstepped? Misstepped because my name and his name are right next to each other. Yahiko Ikari. When I think about it, everything fits too well. Yahiko Ikari. He started the Happy Club and is connected with 3 recent deaths, Akane, Shoji, and Haru. And before that, he also knew Midori and Toma. And he would know a lot about the Academy's security and technology. Maybe even more than the average faculty member. Being the son of higher-ups at Nemniscate. And I've seen how in the blink of an eye, he can shift from joy to depression, almost as if he has perfect control over how he wants his emotion to be seen. And he knows me, knows the code to my apartment, knows my schedule, knows my actions and my reactions. And he was there. At the death of Haru, Yahiko Ikari was there. He had coincidentally run into me, seemed flabbergasted that I was there, so kindly offered to cover for me. Yahiko Ikari, my former roommate, my friend. Well, isn't that just so dang typical? The serial eater can't just be some random chump off the street. No, he has to be someone close to me. But as my fury intensifies, as black anger, nausea, everything solidifies the flow in my body, Misaki's image fizzles into Masato.
It cannot be Yahiko anyway, because he would have known that removing the battery from the phone would not have helped anything. He knows too much about technology. You removed them from the suspects yourself earlier when you said the person has not to know that much about technology.
What kind of friend you, man? You know it ain't Yahiko. You've known him for 2 years! I spit bitterly. Yeah, give me some proof. I'd love to believe it. For starters, you got no proof that some big shot organization just hacked out your luck? Might be tough to break for one person, but ain't even a sneeze for a team of pros. So you're saying that the serial eater could actually be an organization, and they decided to frame me when I caught one of their members uh, eating Haru in District 6? Well, yeah, something like that. Then something doesn't make sense. If the eater or organization, whatever, weren't close to me, it's weird that uh, that I'm still alive. It's weird because I'm still alive. Why wouldn't they just oof me too? Witness to the crime scene, out by myself in District 6? They wanted to frame you, man! Framing someone who's alive does a whole lot more than framing someone who's dead, especially if he can't really defend himself. But that's the thing. How could they know that I couldn't defend myself? Huh? The only people who could possibly know about my lapses are ones who are close to me, really close. Rui and Misaki for sure, and maybe you and Yahiko. Which means that the eater could only have been one of those 4 people. You're wrong, there are more people than that. Can't be Rui. It can't be Misaki. And, well, I'm pretty sure it can't be you either. But you don't think that way for Yahiko? Want me to list the evidence alphabetically or chronologically? Bleh. I can't believe it, but Yahiko actually fits. Let me ask you one more thing, man. Do you really think that Yahiko's the serial eater? I just told you that. Do you really believe? Like you believe the sun will rise every morning? And I'll badger you into track every day that Yahiko's the man? No. I don't. I honestly don't. Everything goes against him. But for some reason, I just can't imagine that Yahiko would be the serial eater. But isn't that shallow-minded? Isn't that foolish? Couldn't my reluctance lead to Rui's passing? Right then. Well, Masato's image fizzles into Akira, who jabs an energetic finger in my direction. Righto, cheerio! Time to think of this from another angle. We got ourselves some tricks up our metaphorical sleeves, Sarge, so don't give up yet. Yeah, no offense, but you're not exactly the person I want for logical thinking. Oh, but what you need and what you want are 2 completely different things. Like dying versus not dying. Well, what would you suggest? Well, you have a suspect now, right? Don't put the turtles out before you've proved whether he's guilty or innocent. That's like counting your chickens before the avian flu strikes and wipes them all off the face of the planet. So find proof of Yahiko's innocence? Easier said than done. Much easier said than done.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Dodge. You've got some things chewing in that brain of yours.
Such as... Akira suddenly morphs into Misaki.
Don't you remember how the Eater forgot about the phone's wall charging feature? Yahiko loves technology as much as I do, not to mention that his parents work at Lemniscate. If he were the Eater, do you really think he would have forgotten something so simple?
That's... well, right. But by itself, it's pretty weak. Misaki fizzles out, allowing Elizabeth to enter the stage.
And think, what does Haru misstep really imply? Remember, in his panicked last moments, he was attempting to send a location ping to Yahiko, but his fingers slipped on you instead.
Oh, of course. Why didn't I see that before?
Yeah?
Haru was trying to send a location ping to Yahiko to get help, probably, I assume. Haru wanted to let Yahiko know that he was in danger. If Yahiko saw that he was in District 6, well, I think that even Yahiko would know that something was wrong.
Correct. Also, Haru must have eventually been able to get the signal through.
Because he showed up. Even if it was after me. Not only that, but he had already called the police. I'm trying to help you, dude! You have to get out of here, now! Why would I... Go! Leave! Which means that...
Your entire basis for suspecting Yahiko Ikari is now null and void.
A good part of me relaxes before I realize that this doesn't actually solve anything. Rui's gone, and I'm nowhere closer to discovering the Eater than I was before I started thinking. Rui is still in danger. I'm still a runaway convict. The serial eater is still running amok, having his little grim parties. Is there nothing I can do? Nothing?
Wait one moment. Think. Why Haru? Why did Haru not notify the police before he began taining the Eater? I don't know. I am still here. Like me, he's a capable individual. We don't just miss such things.
Why indeed? Why wouldn't Haru have requested backup? Or at least given an anonymous tip? I didn't want to alert the Eater? Maybe he thought that if he spoke with the police, the Eater would somehow learn about it and start playing safe. But that leads to a different assumption. The assumption that the Eater would somehow learn about any information told to the police. In other words, that the police are corrupt. If that's the case, then it would make sense why Haru wouldn't contact them. Simply put, he didn't trust them. Didn't trust them? Why? A personal traumatic encounter? Previous difficulties in dealing with law enforcement? Or could it be something else? Could it be that Haru saw something in the police? Something that he never could forget? There's someone with the motorcycle outside. You know him more than I do. What is your opinion on the matter?
He was my errand boy.
You claim to be good at reading people. Are you saying you misread the suspect?
I am not wrong.
Then you agree that Yamai Shimoto is the prime suspect.
I agree.
Could Haru have seen corruption? Why is why is it that the student was the first one to think of camping outside the school and tailing the serial eater? Why is it that the investigation force didn't even go through the school, scouring the area for any evidence on the eater? Why is it that no city CCTV ever turned up with any results? What if all this time, sitting behind the curtain, watching us dance, the police was just there, laughing, watching us run in fear as they pretend that they're trying to protect us? And that would mean Haru died for nothing. Yahiko called for nothing. And now Rue will disappear, will be shredded to pieces, will be left to rot for nothing. And there's nothing, not one dang thing, that I can do. Catch the eater, find the evidence, package him up, and ship him to the police department, and he'll just walk free because it was all part of the plan. Or worse yet, they won't even catch him. They'll have him surrounded. And he'll miraculously break free, and they'll give chase like a bunch of fools. And Rui will die for nothing. Rui, with her fury, passion, and her love, and her endless enthusiasm for her dear ones, will pass into the fate of nihilism, where there is no intrinsic value, no purpose, no beneficial weight to her sacrifice for me. She'll be remembered, maybe by a memorial for victims who were the targets of horrifying serial eaters who will, maybe, one day, be brought to justice. That would be her only identity. A victim. A girl who had her whole life ahead of her. One more poor soul in the annals of injustice. No one would know her smile, or her little quips, or the way she bit her lip when she was nervous about something. No, the name Rui Hayata would only bring nods of pity and despondent sighs, and if she's really lucky, fuel for movement of or for treatment of mental illness or a weapon control or some other political objective. And then as days pass on, as time becomes months and years and decades, she'll be forgotten forever. Drowned out in the names of other victims who will be remembered with nothing but nods of pity and despondent sighs. Nothing but non-existence. Iris suddenly appears and stares at me with such intensity that I swear she's almost real.
Do not lose focus.
Her image blurs at the edges, rounding out, hair turning orange, and
Gosh, you're wrecked! What happened?
I open my mouth. A feeble, unintelligible noise bleeds out.
You try to do too much, Yama. That's a problem. You want to do everything, but everything becomes so overwhelming that you just end up doing nothing. Yeah, I'm like that too. You can only do what you can. The rest is out of your hands.
I can only do what I can.
Yeah, and right now, all you can do is figure out who the eater is. You up for that much, right?
Uh,
So, you're stuck because you think the eater has to be you, me, Yahiko, or Masatok, right?
I guess. My voice comes out very small. I squash the temptation to reach out, touch her jacket, her hair, anything. Because right now, she's not real. Right now, she might even be.
Are you paying attention?
No.
Wow, I think I finally know what it's like to be one of your teachers.
I cough out a cross between a chuckle and a snort. It's so close to reality, but it's not. Then, oh all knowing teacher, what do you have to say?
Well, your passcode is literally so stupid that anyone who saw it just once could get in.
But that's not the problem. The problem is that the killer knows about my lapses.
I said the word! Oh my goodness!
No, wait. There's something strikingly familiar about what she said. Didn't she mention this before? Didn't she say something like this before? There's something vitally important about that statement. Your passcode is literally so stupid that anyone who saw it just once could get in. What sticks out so much? Hmm? Just once? Just once. She'd been talking about someone who had seen my code just once, someone who commented on how stupid it was. The clock is ticking. Never select the wrong answer for the detection sequence. Oh my gosh.
Wow! Ugh, please, your code's the stupidest possible code to exist on the planet. Even Mr. Ryota pointed out how stupid it was. Mr. Ryota knows about the code. And he knows about your lapses!
Do you remember Ryota? A man who helped me move into my apartment, who commented on how stupid the code was, who certainly would have remembered it. A man who knew all of the victims because they each were fighting psychological problems, and he was the school counselor.
Yes?
A man who would know the security of the school inside and out, yet would not be up to date with the latest features of smartphones, like a wall charger.
Yes?
A man who was strong enough to inflict the same wounds as the serial eater, smart enough to outmaneuver the police, controlled enough to fake sanity in the day. A man who, after curfew, is free from his duties. And a man who would approach me after seeing me at Haru's eating site, surprised that I didn't seem to remember what had happened.
Uh huh.
A man who would certainly be curious at my unusual reaction. Haha. A man who could access the confidential school records and learn about my lapses from there.
Yes?
A man who I trusted. Trusted too much. Why? It's not you. There's something I must have missed. A proof, a theory, anything. Why? Why did it have to be you? You dang old geezer! Why would you even... Why? Nothing but silence. The silence of finality. Of a door that's been opened and can never be closed. All tension leaves my body. I can vaguely feel myself slumping on the subway bench, neck uncomfortably stretched to accommodate the weight of my head. Mr. Ryota, my mentor, my friend, and the serial eater. You're very different today, Yama. What's bothering you? Back then, I should have seen it. Because why hadn't anyone else noticed? Why was Mr. Ryota the only one who thought something had happened last night? Who, me? No, I'm pretty much a free bird after I verified curfew. I'd had my suspicions. I'd known that there was something odd about him. But I didn't want there to be. I wanted to wave it away. I wanted to trust Mr. Ryota. I wanted just one person who would understand everything and stay on my side. Well, there's no explicit rule saying I can't use the confidential databases. I'm pretty sure that there is. Nope, I may be faculty, but I'm not a teacher. It's only stated that teachers have to request special permission. I checked the loopholes. Right. You know how the entry student application to the academy requires a psychological analysis by a qualified physician, yes? Yeah, another security measure, isn't it? Let me read this and see what you think. He knew about my lapses, not because I told him, but because he had access to psychological overviews of each student. He would have known each of the victims. Maybe they were assigned to his counseling care, just like I was. I hate computers. But we'll all be dead without them. That we'll be dead without them. You know what was great? My desktop iPair. Man, that was great. Stable, awesome. An amazing fan. Uh, you guys don't know how satisfying it is to hear your computer work to keep itself cool. That's kind of weird. No casual user has desktops anymore. Oh, and icon phones. Man, phones these days break if you breathe on them wrong. Icon phones, they could probably survive a nuclear blast. There we go, finally working. And he knew about computers. Not an avid follower of electronics. Not enough to know about weed, but enough to know about phone batteries. Instead of detention, the teacher's convinced that I need a more permanent solution. Like that? I could help you with that. Jeez. So, how's the apartment? Still in one piece mostly. Good to hear. And Phil? Phil? The little house plant. The one I placed on your shelf. Your memory sucks more than mine, kid. Wow, how do you have this much free time? Life as a dorm manager is just swell, isn't it? Like die-cut pieces of complex puzzle, all the facts and memories line up in perfect succession.
I knew it was suspect. I said it for a long time now.
The eater is Mr. Ryota. Not that now I know it with certainty. Intrinsically. Just like I know I can sit on a chair and it'll support my weight, or I can walk under a bridge and it won't fall on top of me. I just don't know what to do next. Shouldn't there be a sense of triumph? A miniature party in the back of my head giving me a cookie for successful finding of the eater? Something keeping me going, something propelling me to the next step. I know the identity of the eater. Shouldn't I report this? But to whom? I'm the run from the police, who may or may not be corrupt. I can hardly show my face at school. And if I called Mr. Ryota, well, that simply wouldn't do anything. For the most part, it feels like I should just give up. There's nothing further to head to. No way out of the conundrum I've worked myself into. This situation requires me to be clever, more clever than I can be. I want to think myself out, find some magical solution, but sometimes it's just not there. Reaching into an empty bag and expecting handfuls of gold. Then, is this it? Someone's calling me. Maybe I'll pick it up, and the other hand, and on the other hand, I'll hear the cold voice of Rui's parents saying quietly that Rui has been found, but as a lump of flesh and bone. Maybe I'll drop my phone, and this time it'll shatter completely, crushed to pieces like the fragments of sanity stringing me together. Maybe. Or maybe it's a tracking call from Lemniscate, a bid from the police that I'll be stupid enough to pick up. Unknown. Phone number. Unknown. The risk high. If I answer it, and it is from the police, I'll be caught in the blink of an eye. Rui will pass. Ryota will run free. But if I don't, what then? I'll be left alone to fend for myself. And somehow, I have to extract Rui safely. And catch Ryota and somehow stay alive. Is it even possible? Or do I need help, no matter how much I despise it? Uh... Uh... Let's answer the phone, I guess. Maybe it's something weird too, so let's. No, I have to pick this up. Facing Ryota by myself will only result in getting both Rui and me hurt. With shaking fingers, I answer the call. Hello? Yamaishimoto, I need you to listen carefully. This is my personal phone. It cannot be tracked. The number you have been contacting until now has been my work phone. I need to hang up now. Surely they're tracking my number, narrowing down the district and block and even the last millimeter. But I only clutch the phone tighter. The walls that have built up, struggling to keep a foothold on my emotions, are starting to crumble. The police are in the midst of a manhunt for your person. They sincerely believe that you are the eater, and you need me to turn myself in. Mm. I need you to stay out of sight and give me time. What? Is this some kind of next level bait? I don't understand. Don't get caught, Ishimoto. Any time you might give me is time we may dedicate to catching the true eater. But you said you are the only suspect I could trust to avoid the police for the necessary amount of time. I fall into silence at this, the magnitude of her statement only growing the more I ponder it. Uh, you saw me at the apartments and were warning me? You hardly were inconspicuous. So if you happen to possess any previously unknown information, sorry, I so distracted by my own brain right now. So, if you happen to possess any previously unknown information regarding the identity of the eater, now would be a wonderful time to state as such. It could be a trap. It could still be a trap. But I don't think it is. The eater is Jiro Ryota, the dorm manager and counselor of the academy. Silent fall momentarily. On the other end of the phone, I can practically see Shigure's grip tighten. What? How did you come to know this? Shigure, did you get any recent disappearance reports? 3, actually. I need help, Shigure, help. My voice cracks, and I hate it. I hate feeling vulnerable, hate feeling open, but I don't have a choice. Shigure falls silent for a long, long moment, and just when I'm beginning to think that she's hung up, she speaks. Will you live within the next 5 minutes? Her voice is slow and steady, soothing my frazzled nerves. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Then, the urgency? Reese disappeared. I work to speak, but my throat's gone dry. After a moment of silence, Shiguri continues. You presume she is with the Eater. You must have taken her. I have no time to question you, Ishimoto, so I will ask you this and this only. Are you completely, absolutely certain that the culprit is Jiro Ryota? Yes. I say it without hesitation. It appears to catch her off guard. Very well. I shall send forces to the academy under the reasoning that you may be hiding there. We may be able to find where he is holding Rui. That's it? She just takes my word as law? Thanks. In the meantime, stay out of sight and out of mind. Do you understand? But Ryota would see the police coming. He wouldn't stand still. He would escape immediately after hurting Rui. Actually, I'm planning on contacting him. For what purpose? I need to meet with him, to buy some time, otherwise. Shigure violently explodes into strident screams that I never heard from her before. You gullible imbecile! You moronic excuse for. What are you even thinking? I'm taken aback by your sudden flare of passion, but my surprise is quickly replaced by indignance. At least I'm telling you now, aren't I? Oh, yes, when it was nearly too late and I would have called a corpse. Simply put, Ishimoto, you haven't told me anything. Why would you not speak to me if you knew the identity of the Eater? A real bolt of anger laces through me. Why? Because I just figured it out. Because somehow, barely at the end of my rope, I found something to cling on to. But I can't tell her that. If I say that I just figured it out, she might change her mind. She might need the reasoning. Why would why would trust a teenager? Who would trust a teenager who just figured out the supposed identity of a serial eater? I had a good reason for doing so. Oh, good, do enlighten me. But you can't just believe me? Need to throw some more tests? Another little riddle run into District 6? Heck, was that investigation to school just another goose chase? A funny little game to see how the kids at the academy dance? What are you saying, Ishimoto? You're right, I guess. Even while I was figuring out who the eater was, I didn't call you. I didn't ask you for help. Because I knew what you would say. You'd poke holes at me. You'd say that my reasoning didn't make any sense. You'd need empirical evidence. I knew that you wouldn't have believed me. You never even needed me as your assistant in the first place. Cold silence descends. I wouldn't have believed in you? And then something happens. Something that I would have thought to be impossible. Shigure's voice cracks. But but you didn't even try. I would have believed you. I would. If if you just trust me, if you just. She falters for a moment, then seems to recover, her voice strengthening. Ishimoto, regardless of my previous insinuations, I need you to know something. I do not tolerate the idiocy of the average ingenious denizen, much less let them become my personal assistant. You have repeatedly proven yourself through your rational deductions, your level headed procedures, and your propensity to attack problems from unusual angles. Your input is invaluable, despite our clear disparity in experience. You have taught me several valuable lessons. Do you wish to know why I pulled your accomplices into the investigation rather than opting for police unit? Simply put, my permission in the case were barred from the academy. All information I was given was second-hand, and thus easily corruptible. However, I was impressed by how you and your accomplices worked wholeheartedly. Yamashimoto, I have a faith in you. Her words pierce through me. I'm frozen to the ground in shock, wordlessly opening and closing my mouth. Shigure believes in me. I don't even know how to react. But after that meeting with Natsuki, you fired you? That was for your own benefit, you imbecile! Or you are your eyes too? Oh, never mind. The familiar type of response rings a chuckle out of me, but my mind is still racing. I have faith in you. Those simple little words. Words that tell me that I can do something. That acknowledge my efforts. That tell me it's okay, you'll do the right thing. In the distance, I catch the faint glimmer of the approaching subway, hailed by the distant echo of the announcer's voice. Sudden clarity breaks into my mind. It's as if every disjointed piece just fell into place. I know what to do. Thanks, Shigure. I get to my feet as the subway grinds to a halt before me, but Shigure's voice comes harshly into my earpiece. Yama, listen carefully. We are en route, but there are powerful forces behind this case that remain very much hostile. It will take time to arrive. You understand this? I do. I'll get you time. I am extremely uneasy at the thought of knowingly sending a civilian into the presence of a known serial eater. But if you honestly believe you can prevent the death tonight, I shall not stop you. I think I can. Oh, well, that sounds convincing. I probably can. I suppose that is the best I can ask for. I would wish that you might wait until I could convey a arm to you, but not possible with the current time frame. I have to go now. Neither of us mentioned that it would also be extremely illegal. Understood. Best of luck, Ishimoto. 1 second. Stay on the call. Uh, oh my gosh. Mm, Alright, that's scary. Imagine calling someone you know is evil. Mm, yeah. Okay. I punched Ryota's contact and set the phone on speaker, waiting patiently. Shigure apparently understands, not a word crosses her lips. Finally, a neutral tone indicates that Ryota's picked up. Hello? Hearing his voice makes me freeze. This voice that comforted me, guided me, made me laugh. In the end, it left me, just like everything else. I quickly shake myself, trying to master my words. He's an enemy now, a stranger. Feign ignorance. Maybe I can still grab an advantage. Hey, Mr. Ryota? Hey, kid. That's when I realized that something is terribly wrong. It's some ungodly hour in the morning, and yet he picked up immediately, and he sounds wide awake. Almost as if he's been preparing for this moment. Mr. Ryota, say, you have great timing. I was wondering if we could meet up. I know that it's like some crazy hour or another, but I have something pretty important to tell you. It has something to do with, your lapses. Is that really it? Is that why he's up? I can't bring myself to believe that.
Non, non, il faut que tu me le dises quand c'est prêt. Je peux pas arrêter si tu me dis pas que c'est le temps d'arrêter.
Mr. Ryota was just. But before I can add anything more, Ryota's phone buzzes angrily in the background. He pauses for a moment. Sorry, kid, just let me take this call right quick. And he suddenly mutes, fingers shaking. I also mute my hand, switching to Shigure's call. Did you hear all that? Quite clearly. Ishimoto, about the call Ryota just received, I am uneasy that it may perhaps. But that's when I hear Ryota's voice, and I quickly switch back to his call and unmute. Thankfully, Shigure immediately falls silent. Mr. Ryota? Mr. Ryota, did you find anything about. Nice try, you almost had me. Hang on that call with the police first, then we'll talk. Almost dropped the phone, a bolt of panic lancing straight into my chest. He knows? How does he. How could he. Hurry up, boy, I don't have all day. I shakily mute and switch the call. I expect Shigure to burst into anger, but she only seems resigned. It is as I surmised something. A mole? That or. She trays off as if the thought of is too terrible to comprehend. Ishimoto, knowing this new risk, are you still determined to enter the school? I have to. I can't let Rui go without a fight. I shall bring a unit. Give us as much time as you possibly can. I will. And Ishimoto, given the choice between a stupid option and a stupid option, which would you pick? The less stupid one. Wrong. You must pick neither and wait. Please, Ishimoto, you would not enter the lottery, nor borrow from a loan shark in order to buy a house, no? It's best to wait and save. Do you understand? What? Just remember this. And she hangs up, leaving me alone in the subway.
Okay. I think we played enough for today because my food is ready. It has been for a while and I'm hungry and I'm tired and my voice is tired. So, thank you, Metalian. Thank you, Skybread. Thank you, Nathan. And thank you to anyone else who might have watched this or might watch this later. I had fun, even though it got really dark. So I hope you had fun too, and I hope I get to see you again another time. Bye bye.